We do the pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Exactly what it is, right? But I don't have, what happened to things.
If you go, you can leave a debt for somebody else.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at.
That's what my mom says. She's going to Africa this year.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. Glad to be back. Found out a lot about Zoom. I'll bring it up a little bit later. There's a lot of that up there. The later in the morning it gets, the more people are drawn on the, and it's taken away from your cell phone.
Is that in the area that you're at because of the,
Well, it's up there, there's so many people around the lake, and then there was like 1,500 people on the fire. But the later in the morning, everybody's getting on the phone, so you're pulling everything. There was a guy right on the fire with us from Verizon, and he explained why, it keeps kicking you and said, well, yeah, it's going to, because they're taking all the service. He said they're not set up good enough yet to cover. That's why they're trying to get these towers, but T-Mobile can. The guy right there with me, he was on it, or he's in the commission.
T-Mobile, but Verizon couldn't?
Yeah, he said that T-Mobile set up right now. Anyway, I'll explain it later, but that's why it won't go through. It's pretty interesting. The guy knows his crap. So anyway, I thought I'd let you know that. We'll go ahead and board the minutes.
I'll move to approve the minutes of August 8th.
I will say.
Any public comment on this?
Elena,
Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. For the record, Elena Gagliano. Welcome back, Commissioner. Again, I've made this statement before. We cannot comment on the minutes because we don't have a draft of the minutes. And by the way, I'm still waiting for the codes that say you can deny public information. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All righty. Let's see, we made kind of a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So one thing on
Go ahead.
the minutes, and it was brought to our attention that after listening to the recording, that there was something omitted from the actual minutes, and it actually wasn't addressed on an agenda item, but it was comments that we made during the session that was being recorded. And that's something that we are, Billy, if I'm assuming correctly, that we decided that anything like this that we discussed during time that's on the agenda, that we would kind of throw it in there and say, okay, discussed but not on the agenda, blah, blah, blah. Okay, just noted that that was brought to our attention.
Yep, I heard that one.
And that's where reading the minutes and listening to the recording from the prior minutes, yes, it was brought to our attention, and yes, we are correcting that. So the draft minutes that Elena is wanting us to be out in public before they're accepted. And we still maintain that we can do this, and I'm just wondering if we need the county attorney to please address this again with a written letter to her.
Okay, we can bring it up to him when he comes down. We've done that.
Okay, we've done it, but let's do it again, and then we have documentation that she's received this, and we are stating a fact that we can do this by our county attorney's opinion.
Okay,
Please, so that we don't have to hear this every
I
Tuesday,
agree.
that the draft minutes should be submitted.
All right, so on that, all in favor?
Uh,
No. Okay, correspondence. Thank you. The first one from Lorraine Boston. Healthcare reporter with CQ in Washington, DC. She was wanting to talk to somebody about the county's ambulance service.
That's the first one. Oh, I was just going by what we have on there.
That one came in this morning.
This just came in, this wasn't, okay. So do we need to
I think we need to.
direct this to the,
Have Billy call her or something.
yeah,
Just kind of find out what, tell her, give her what the other lady doesn't, what, what's going on. And find out really that maybe she has something that she can help with.
Okay.
Is what it kind of sounds like, maybe there's something. Next one is from Rachel Johnson. This is on a letter of the recommendation to reconsider the decision of stopping for Area 5.
okay, I did read this letter. I do think we need to address it. She sounds very interested in maybe administering this program. This is why we were dropping it in the first place, is because we didn't have someone to administer it. I actually called her this morning and discussed this with her. And I think that we need to look at the Area 5 budget and see if there's a way that we can supplement and keep this program alive, because we have people that need it. Okay, can we get this on the agenda and discuss this?
Yeah.
And the reason I
I
say
thought it
this
was
is,
gonna be, I thought there was something in the debate about this.
No.
I mean, this is the main reason, because Anaconda Deer Lodge chose to not manage the Area 5. We didn't have anyone to manage it. The Jackie, who was with County Health and the other grants, and she has too much on her plate to try to manage this. This Rachel, she works right now for Area 5. We've got these funds, we can continue to get these funds. We need to keep this program alive. That was the only reason that we were not.
Where's she from?
She's in Drummond. She works for the Area 5 right now. And she's willing, she wants to keep it alive, and she's willing to,
If she has it all, the right recommend, or to have qualifications.
well, of course.
That's the whole
And
thing.
in this
That's why
letter,
we should throw it on the agenda and we can
Yes.
ask her, because there's a lot more to it than just.
absolutely, and we need to discuss it.
We can put it on the agenda for next week.
Morning. How's it going?
Okay, the next one is, Billy will put that on for next week. The next one's from Willow Creek. It's the pre-request Great West Engineering satisfy FERC requirements from Hans Morrison. And the next letter is from Molly Allen on the speed bumps.
One.
Yeah, okay. I think we'll just wait and go over this at 1 o'clock, then instead of doing it twice, we can just do it once. You guys good with that?
She was asking for the Zoom link, did that?
Yep,
All
I
right,
got that
thanks.
sent out to her this morning.
Alrighty, that's all I have on the correspondence. We'll go right into public comment. Any public comment?
Yeah, can't really comment on correspondence.
No, I said we're done with correspondence, so we're moving right in.
Elena.
Comment on correspondence.
Elena has comment.
Bring it down before we-
Cause I think you have public comment right after, so that you
Yeah.
can give it.
Okay.
That's why they
Yeah,
spell it in that way.
that's fine.
Elena.
Oh, go ahead, Elena.
Thank you for the record, Elena Gagliano. First of all, I want to thank the commissioners, especially Commissioner McClure, regarding Black Pine because they have worked on it. They've re-gravelled it. They did an excellent job. Not only the bridge, but all the way up Black Pine. So thank you. And again, thank you, Blanche, for bringing it to the attention, and also thank your son. Okay, that being done, the other thing, just as a reminder, this Thursday at the Phillipsburg Brewery, BISPRA, Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority, of which I'm the director for Gwinnett County, is having a pint night to get more donations. You know, that's $1 a brew, and that goes to our quest to get southern Montana back on the track for passenger rail, and hopefully eventually the short line from Drummond to Phillipsburg. And all the people, you can meet your constituents that are there who support this wholeheartedly. We are going to have people coming from all over Montana as well as out of state, as a matter of fact. So it is a big deal. And so again, thank you. And that's about it. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Are you going to pint night?
I won't be joining Pint Night, I'm sorry. And I think Pint Night, if they take the regular fee and they take $1, so it's not $1 a pint, I think it's the same price. But they take $1
They donate it.
and put it towards. You can get really smashed on $1 a pint.
Not really good business, but we're in beer and pop business.
You can get smashed on one pint in that place anyway. Not me though.
We have a few more minutes on public comment. Yeah, it was pretty interesting how the guy was explaining how they phone that. You know, how the phones. Where they don't have enough volume in there to cover these phones, they keep selling more phones than they have.
Oh, bandwidth,
Yeah, it was pretty interesting listening to it. Cause there was a repeater right there.
Uh,
I mean, you can see it and it just, yeah. Like at 6 o'clock in the morning, you have full bars and by 10 o'clock you had one. That's weird.
T-Mobile will have money.
Yeah, they were full. Any other public comment? And then we'll go ahead and move on a couple minutes early, about Bowles Creek fire update. You wanna come up, state your name and
Morning, my name's Dave Stenzinger. I'm the liaison with the Minix team. This is Jeb Bakke, he's our incident commander. And want to thank you for giving us some time to give you an update on the fire. Currently, the fire is at 4,033 acres. And we have 207 personnel on fire. Other resources, we have three hand crews and 3 suppression modules, 2 helicopters, a type 1 and a type 3, 6 type 6 engines, and 4 water tenders, and then some heavy equipment. We have 2 chippers, a masticator, excavator, and then a timber task force. Some of these resources are starting to time out, and we're ordering replacements, and we expect that transition to run smoothly. Weather and fire behavior, you know, early last week, we had a lot of moist weather, cooler temperatures, and but the fire actually received less than 0.05 of an inch of rain, so it didn't receive much rain. High pressure started to build on Friday and Saturday and has been continuing. We expect warmer temperatures and a little bit more brisk wind for the rest of the week. And then possibly some moisture on this coming weekend. The fire activity has been fairly minimal. I got a chance to fly the fire on Saturday and I saw some, scattered smokes, but there was some single tree torching and small group torching. So there hasn't been any big runs at all. Highway 38 still remains open. And but we've had some problem with traffic along with our fire traffic. Lots of additional traffic there and there's been some close calls. So we've asked the sheriff's department to do some extra patrol up there to try to help control the speed of it. What we have planned, crews on the east side of the fire can continue to construct fuel breaks. They're chipping and creating shaded fuel breaks along Forest Service Road 5070 south towards the Sand Basin Creek. And personnel continue to remove snags around the Crystal Creek area. The crews on the west side are making progress connecting fire line and fire hose and sprinklers down to Railroad Creek. The fire has been backing down to Railroad Creek now, and we have helicopters that are attacking that directly and to control that, against that creek. We put in a structure protection planning division where they're doing some long range planning for structure protection and developing plans on that. Nice product to leave, even if it's not used, it could be left for the forest to use it in future fires. The fires had a small amount of growth down in an area what we call the boot, which would be the southwestern part of the fire. And then yesterday there was a small amount of growth up in the northwestern part of the fire. Cost so far to date estimated at $7.6 million. The Minix incident management team is timing out and coming close to our 14-day limit. We'll be ordering another type 3 team, trying to get that filled, and we expect to transition with them this weekend. Anything to add?
No, well, really appreciate, we've had a lot of community support from your local constituent people who come up and thank our folks that are out there doing work. Thank the community. We've been buying supplies in town. The hospital's been helping out with some minor injuries that we've had, so we appreciate all of that from the community.
Have you been out there, Chuck? I was wondering, what county road do we have that we should really be eyeballing before they leave and that? So we can turn in.
Notably.
Yeah, so see, we a few years ago when this happened, we ended up going and blading the taxpayers, so if we have to go out there and blade, we should be get on that so we can get paid to do it.
Okay, what road is that?
The middle fork and that, then we put all that gravel and stuff on it, and
Okay.
they always have worked with us, and then we bring a water truck and that, and then we turn in a bill to that. To the Forest Service. Otherwise, we get stuck cleaning it up and they're all gone. So we wanna make sure, want you guys to make sure that we know. For what we can do, that we'll get a hold of Paul and have them come out.
Sure.
Think you guys good with that? Cause otherwise we get kind of.
Yes. Yeah, well, yeah, we shouldn't have.
It's
to
our
pay
road,
that,
yeah, it shouldn't just, it's getting. So.
I think the sheriff said you pay for the added patrols out there as well, or is that out of your scope?
No, they're supposed to,
Yeah,
cause when they're asking for it, Wayne, it's no different than when we got.
I think he has an agreement with them.
So then, in this situation, what happens is Granite County bills the proper
You feel-
authorities and then we get reimbursed for.
Yeah, if they're,
Okay,
if they're.
if
coming
we go
on-
through you,
If they're coming out on like overtime. What we've been asking is just like if you have a patrol person in the area to just kind of keep an eye on it, because as you guys are well aware that high use on the weekend with recreational travel. They're coming across really fast and we're having some close calls with our people that are back and forth.
And I'm thinking that'd be, Scott probably keep tabs.
Yeah,
on
he-
that,
yeah, he
and he'll
does,
turn it
yeah.
in. And I was just worried about the road once they, if they move out, they're changing out in a couple days, and they're the ones updating us. We need to be in touch with. So this goes back to them. Otherwise, a new team comes in and it starts all over, and then they don't have a clue.
We'll put it in
I've been
our,
in this and I know what, I just want to make sure that we're not getting stuck.
We have a transition plan
Yeah.
and we communicate those types of things. And my plan is to go visit with the sheriff after we get it done.
Okay. And if you could leave a card or whatever yours, and we could have Paul come out and he can sign an agreement or whatever to take care of that road. and
I
that.
think
So,
you have one of my cards, right? I don't have any with me this morning.
Yeah, I got some
I did.
questions. No map.
I'm sorry, I forgot it this morning. I will have it here this afternoon.
Okay, yeah, I tried to get on InstaWeb and it wouldn't even come up
Okay.
last night, so. Anyway,
What I have is a progression map that shows the daily progression. Would that work?
Sure.
Okay,
so, you guys still moving your camps out totally? You move your camp, another camp moves in?
no, they use the same equipment.
And the structure protection, what structure? Is that on the other
Well,
side?
it wouldn't be just necessarily all buildings. There's the snow tells that we've been working around to clear and make sure those are safe. There's that lookout tower up on the northwest side of, well away from the fire, but so we expand out quite a ways.
Is it on the bit of it?
Yes,
they've also been working up in the Rock Creek drainage in the and the sub drainage is off of that. They're just evaluating the structures and their defensibility. They were out there yesterday and actually they caught a new start out there and were able to provide assistance to the local resources to help put that out. So
Where at?
where was it at?
Yeah.
It was at the
Ranch of the Rock Creek.
Ranch of the Rock Creek is where it was at. They had a UTV that caught fire and started to spread into the vegetation. But there's some of their resources, some of our resources, and then the county resources all responded.
Okay, now the policymakers, they're the Northern Rocky Incidents or whatever, I can't remember what they were. The guys out of Missoula that make all the,
So we're following National Forest Service policy, so as far as like our direction is coming from the Beaverhead Deer Lodge and the Bitterroot. As far as how we're operating in their special management units and kind of they outline their intent to the team as far as how they want us to operate within those areas, and then the team takes that and puts it into a usable product for the firefighters on the ground to manage leaders in camp.
so this is above you, I think, but is there a plan to recapture the carbon on all fires? I mean, I'm not talking about just this one. That's why I was wondering about the people in Missoula that, I can't remember what it's called. But anyway, with the global warming and all the carbon that comes up from the fires, is there a plan to recapture that somehow?
I know that is way above my head. That's about the forest. That would be a national thing, but that is goes into some of the discussion on what management they want to use. Far as wildfires go, I know that post fires, as far as like capturing carbon and stuff, they have, depending on the severity, sometimes they go in and they end up planting trees and stuff like that, but.
So, I don't know if you guys are aware of this either, but I was in the reforestation a lot here. And, there's a thing called sterilizing the soil, like the fires that burnt through there 10, 15 years ago. And we got the little trees coming up and blow down and it's all stacked up and you guys are letting that burn out. Well, if you get a fire that's really, really hot and you have shallow soils, you can sterilize those soils. So you can't get a tree to grow. And then also on those lodgepole stands, the first fire goes through and it releases the seeds. They come in and the little trees grow up. Now the old trees have fallen down, so those are getting burned up, creating hot fire and also burning up the seed source. There's no seed source. So how are they gonna get trees to grow back in all those areas, those thousands of acres?
So within the footprint of this fire, there's been very little of that high severity fire. There was one day where it made a run where it got into the canopy a little bit, it torched out and opened up some of that seed, but for the most part, that is why the forest and the team has been taking the actions that it's had, is because it has been a cleansing fire for all of that dead and down. We really haven't seen a whole lot of active crown fire or active torching. We do expect that, you know, as the week goes on, we might see a little bit more active fire, but as we're modeling this stuff, we're not seeing anything that's out of the norm for this area for this time of year.
So is it burning in the old burns?
It's burning up too. Actually, the old burns at this point are creating a buffer for the fire and actually checking the fire spread up. There's very little spread in those areas, and that rain was very beneficial to that. Because of that nice open canopy, it allowed the rain to penetrate and put out a lot of that fire edge.
You're right though, Chuck, my kids were hiking back in the Pintlers on the Big Hole side, and where that burn came through, there's places where there's no trees.
Oh, yeah, it burned hot up there.
No, he's saying it the right way.
Yeah,
It should just be managed before the fire gets there.
And my point is, I'm making another point here, the going indirect, it's the same as let it burn. Because if you go out there to a nearest road and do a clearing along a road, you're letting all thousands of acres potentially burn up. And that is not good. That is not good for the environment. That's not good for global warming. Not good for anything. And one other point I want to bring up. You mentioned last week that, and the other crew did too, that it was steep and rugged terrain, and that's why you can't go direct. But we recreate there. I was up there in that same country last year, and I'm pretty old. Honey. And so it's a worn out cliche. It's steep, and I hear it on the news too. You know, they say, well, they can't go direct to the steep and rugged terrain. And you look at the pictures and they're, oh. So, I mean, for other crews to come in here and tell us that an elite firefighting crew cannot go direct because steep and rugged terrain, and we recreate. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Good comments.
I'm hearing that same thing. Dave Harris told me, he goes, I'm out there a lot. He goes, that's not steep and rugged where it's at. I've never been out. I've not been to that spot.
It isn't all steep, you know, it isn't all very vertical, but the conditions under which you're recreating versus what they're firefighting are different. Generally speaking, you know, when you're out recreating, you're not thinking about trees that are burning down and sliding down slope, logs that are burning up and dislodging, knocking out rocks.
Well,
It is very possible when you're out there to dislodge something, but to have that stuff coming down the mountain, it is very dangerous for our firefighters on the ground.
Why did we do it in the old days? You ever fight a fire with smoke covers?
I'm not arguing with your tactics. It's a policy change. I think, Zach, probably when you were fighting fire, they had the 10 o'clock rule where it was very aggressive. Policy change as trying to apply appropriate tactics to the landscape to both benefit natural disturbance and human populations, and it's a very fine balance, and it does sometimes definitely hinder the wrong way with smoke impacts and other things.
I could go on for a minute.
All right, well, I thank you for your comments. Any public comment on this?
Thank you. That's all our only comment.
You gotta
We
state your
appreciate
name
you
and
guys.
stuff.
Jim Bakay, local resident, just for the couple of people that showed up in the meeting, we'd like to say we really appreciate it. If the county and town is supporting us, that's great.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it, plus coming in here and trying to keep us up to date. Very good of you guys.
Thanks for the comment. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We'll have a road supervisor come out and see,
Okay.
Paul, it'll be coming out. We agree on that. Alrighty.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
Thank
you.
Thank you for your time.
Alrighty, we'll go into the bid openings of installation of residential grade steel siding of the hall rental house, opening and awarding a bid. Do we have any? Okay.
Not like people bidding on stuff.
Huh?
Not, no one bid on the granite road project either, so people aren't bidding on stuff.
Most of them have, that's the problem, you see, people have bid, you're kind of like a year out.
Yeah,
Because they're
Yeah.
trying to get everything, and it's just, I guess we'll just leave it in there again and see what we can do.
Yeah.
Put it out again.
I know a couple people that might be interested, but. I don't know.
or at this point, you could get someone here to contract directly with, if you don't wanna advertise it more, but. Advertising 2 more weeks might be a good idea. We put it out on Montana bids as well.
Okay,
Okay.
alrighty. We'll, few minutes early, but we'll go ahead into the weekly report. If anybody. Paul?
He just texted me. He's going to be calling in. I told him to call now. He is up in Great Falls, loading with oil.
Nice calling.
He said he's calling me. Did we get another guy to help out? That's what I heard.
Yeah.
I tried calling about last night. One of them, right.
Here it is. I believe he started last week, the end of the week.
Where's he from?
Here.
Yeah.
They're now down just
0.
one, no, they're fully staffed. Good.
Good. I definitely think though, that's why I brought it up to them on that road, cause I know that one year we didn't get. Right out and get a hold of them, and then they changed hands and. Then we end up, taxpayers had to take care of all that, it was, we had to put mag and everything, so we got room, and that's. Well, I wanted to bring that up, make sure he gets out there, like. Especially if they're leaving tomorrow, they're under 14 days, so he needs to get out there.
They'll be there till, I think they go till Sunday.
Commissioner's office,
Yeah, this Paul. How are you guys today?
good.
So, anyway, I'm in Great Falls picking up oil for the dirt patcher. And as far as like for the road report, we're just blading and magging, and I moved Johnny ahead a week. So he's up at Granite now.
Oh, good,
Started up there yesterday morning.
good.
And other than that, just everybody doing what we've been doing for the last several weeks. Trying to get caught up on everything.
Okay, yeah, we got bad echo, but. Yeah, you get really busy, you're gonna have to start cutting grass here pretty soon, aren't you?
Figuring on the first of the month,
Okay,
that's my plan. Instead of starting up for Valley first, because out of where we'll get snow before we get it anywhere, in theory, you know.
yeah. Yeah. Okay, sounds good, on the sign, or sign for Eastport, So we need probably a speed limit, couple of speed limits, one on each side,
right?
and you'll get some more delineators.
Yeah, yeah, and, I'm trying to find a pounder, a pneumatic pounder. Just, we're gonna be putting in several hundred delineators.
On that road?
On that road?
No, just throughout on
Shit.
all the road. I'm sure we'll put in 300 delineators, you know, all together at least.
Mhm.
Just a lot of roads need them put on and,
Do you, on
so
East,
on.
yeah, on East Fork, do you think we should put them on both sides, or
And
what do you think?
for sure.
Yeah,
We'll have to leave a gap so where we can put the lights in.
we can work that out later.
The lights,
Yeah, street lights.
And I hate to bring it up, now, but do you think we need like a corner sign? For that corner?
Oh, we could. It wouldn't hurt anything.
Yeah, I think we should.
What? Anyway,
I forgot about that before.
yeah,
Yeah,
and, let's see. Another thing is, you know, we have that slide down there at, up by Woods Lake.
yeah,
We gotta clean that up, and, so, Josh from the Forest Service will, he'll assist us with that, we can haul it down and put it in the campground at Copper Creek. But they need, you know, he'll bring a skid steer down and spread it and whatnot, we'll load it and haul it, and, but they need about 300 yards of gravel for that campground.
mhm,
And I was thinking that'd be a pretty fair trade if they're gonna help us do that. To haul 300 yards out of Milford bid. I told them I'd talk to you guys about that and see what you thought.
when would that be?
Probably next week. And we'll be hiring trucks to do it. We just can't do it ourselves and it's gotta be done. It's gotta get done before it's winter.
You know, I might be mistaken, but I seem to think that in that road agreement, road maintenance agreement with Forest Service, didn't they have to do the Moose Lake Road?
Well, I think the guy needs to look back on that schedule, what was it, 8 or something
Yeah.
that we had, we need to look into it,
Yeah.
and see what.
Do it, so-
We've always done it since I've been here.
We can double check that.
Yeah, I thought that was their maintenance and they never touched it. That's as far as I know.
There's something in there, I remember, I don't. On the other note there, Paul, could you get out to the fire camp before they move out there? So when we have to redo that Moose Lake Road, that they'll pay us for it?
Yeah, I'll get out there. So far, there's no damage to it.
Okay, well, they're saying they're getting so much traffic, he was just here, so we don't wanna end up getting stuck with that like we did before.
The only problem I think.
Yeah, I was there Thursday and it was fine. We had just laid it in Magnet before they got in there.
so when are
But
they-
anyway, yeah, well, God knows when they're, when are you fire guys pulling out, October?
They're not-
When the snow hit,
The current crew will be there till Sunday.
but
I
yeah,
just wanna make sure that they knew about it, cause that one year we got stuck with it.
Okay, question. So we have to find out with the current crew, because the next crew coming in, it's not their responsibility, or is it just the responsibility of the Forest Service to cover expenses if they damage the road?
But they need to be notified,
Yeah,
that's the reason I'm
no.
saying it, just so if they notified it with the screw that's here now, and then they can cover it over. Cause if they're gonna be here for quite a while, the road's gonna get toward hell, cause saying they're wanting to bring more stuff in.
Okay,
So yeah, letting them know and then they can let their
That's what I was
successors know.
wondering.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
so this is something that Paul needs to do then now.
Cause they're leaving Sunday, Blaine said.
right?
The new crew comes in from Shadows for like a day.
Like I said, we're just out there with Thursday and there is no issue.
Okay, I just
So
wanted
what do you want to do? But you just want to get down that if there's, to tell the other guys if there's an issue, they gotta take care of it, or?
that will, yeah, or we get stuff taken care of, that there'll be, we can bill them for it.
We can just have Paul go out there later and look at it and see if there's any more damage. And then take care of it.
Well, I thought my understanding was, is you were gonna send Paul out to visit with this crew before they pulled out.
Then they'll put it in their transition plan.
Yeah,
Yeah, that'd be a good
That
idea.
way if something happens, that we're covered.
yeah,
That's what I'm
so
trying to
not
say.
later, now. Am I correct in assuming that?
Or
Okay.
just talking to them on the phone.
Well, whatever, we
Yeah.
need to,
But if there's no damage, I mean, you can go to the next crew.
well,
He doesn't have to do it this week, he can do it
So-
next week.
the documentation would be Paul going out there before this crew leaves.
So
There's the
ask-
documentation. Right there. Put it in writing, and then if there's damage with the next crew, then we work on the next crew. I mean, there's gotta be documentation.
I agree there. Sounds good.
Is that okay, Paul?
Yeah, no problem.
So you'll order the signs then?
Yeah. Yeah,
Did the,
and working on getting a speed. Trailer quote. And also on the speed bumps up there now, she's thinking maybe put permanent ones in, well, that can't happen.
That comes up at 1 o'clock, they're gonna be in.
Say that, I emailed back that maybe the county should just fence off the county right away there and end the problem. I mean, their yards are going right down on 15 feet into the county right away. Maybe we should. I mean, they should fence their own property off.
Well, it's not even county right away.
Right, but I mean, we're obviously
It's the
we're
right
taking care of it, so.
Yeah, it's the right away, but it's not county right away.
that's actually good. I mean, for safety, that's a pretty good idea.
Are you coming in at 1?
I doubt I'll be back. I'm in Great Falls. I mean, I can call when I want, but I don't know what for.
Yeah, you better call in.
Well, the
Okay.
sheriff said he's gonna do more patrols up there and the speed trailers.
No, we're
That's-
going on Georgetown,
Yeah. But that's where you put those speed trailers, right?
on Georgetown,
Yeah,
on Georgetown Road,
Yeah.
our road.
well. Yeah, I bet the county controls it, but at least it's taking action there. They're saying that you guys are just passing the buck. I mean, that's not, I mean, there's one right now in Hall, and that does a great job of slowing people down. It has the red and blue flashing lights and.
And then he's not gonna be there, he's just gonna be there by his own.
What was that question?
Is what the email said this morning.
Molly, Allen, who's their kind of their spokesman, will be on Zoom.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know who you were talking about.
Yeah. Okay, so can we talk about the Granite Road?
Yeah.
Because there was no bids, and when can we, as the road crew, get up there and fix it?
They're doing it now.
They're doing it now?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't know that.
He just said that.
I didn't understand what he said.
Anyway, he moved him up a week ahead and Johnny's had the right,
Oh, okay, that's what you said, good.
yeah.
He said Johnny's been there
Yeah,
since
it-
yesterday.
Well, it was echoing on, yeah, so that's right.
Okay, sorry, Paul.
No worries.
You gotta get this gal unconfused here. So I will ask
We can-
questions if I need to.
They're a week ahead and starting up there.
Cool, awesome.
Anything else?
No, that's all I got.
Okay, public comment for him?
Yep.
Just a second, relax. We gotta look in there first, I know you're public, I'm asking you, just relax. Go ahead.
Jim, okay, local resident? we brought this up for about 4 or 5 weeks now, Paul, but the little big holes in Stewart Lake Road are still there. They're not marked with cones. I really think the holes are enlarging, and it's just a matter of time before somebody comes down there in the dark or after a couple beers and ends up killing themselves. I'd like to volunteer to put some cones out if we can't actually fill the holes in. If you can make some cones available to me, I'll go up there and put them around these holes. Just to maybe keep somebody from the hospital room.
What,
And you're supposed to put them up there.
I was there yesterday morning and my wife walking and there's nothing there. It hadn't changed since we first brought this up.
Okay, so here's a comment from me. Apparently, we feel the city is responsible. We've reached out to the city. I don't know how many times and it's not getting done. So what's the problem here? What do we do about it?
You could fix the problem and send the town the bill.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that in that situation, Paul, how many times have you reached out to the city to say this isn't getting done?
Oh, at least 3.
Okay,
And
so,
I'll call them as soon as they hang up again.
okay, well, and then I guess call them as soon as, Mary, am I
yeah,
okay?
you know, you're fine, cause I wasn't here, so listen.
Call them and say, well, if you can't get up there and fix it, we'll just get up there and fix it and we're gonna bill you. Okay,
Okay,
does that work for you guys?
Well, yeah, I'm tired of hearing about it.
Yeah, because,
Needs
no,
to be
honestly,
fixed,
we have reached out to them and they're not following through.
I've reached out as well.
So, yeah, we're done.
You talked to them too, Jim?
Informally, I talked to one of the council people about it and they said they were aware of it and we're gonna fix it and that was 3 weeks ago. So.
Well, I guess call them right as soon as you get off here and then let us know, Paul, what they say and tell them that if they're not going, we will, and then we'll bill them. I agree with Lance, get it done, I don't want to get
Yeah,
out more.
Yeah, well, it should have been done.
Well, yeah,
And I'll leave my offer open to put the cones out. If you guys are busy other places, I go up there just about every day.
well, let's find out what they got to say, and then if we have to, we'll ask or whatever.
Thank you.
Elena? You figured we've done.
Thank you, Elena Gagliano, for the record. Just a suggestion. It is hard hearing Paul when he calls on the commissioner's number. And it would be a heck of a lot easier if he calls using the telephone numbers for the Zoom. So this way we can hear him a lot easier and he can hear everybody else. That's just one of the suggestions. The other thing that I just want to say, I know that there's a lot of crosstalk. People call council members of the town. People come here, make comments. This is what happens. The message gets lost. Even if you're going to call the town today, it should be on the agenda. A request to be on the agenda. So this way, it's documented and people can say, I was there, I gave you this information, you've done nothing. That's just a suggestion. It's better than just calling councilmen or commissioners and Paul out, It's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Answer that though on that suggestion is it's brought up, then we gotta wait a week to get it on the agenda, so then we're out another week. This way we get after it and then they can call back and let's move on it.
Well, this
Yeah.
is just like later today, the Lakeshore Road, Georgetown Lake, removal of speed bumps. It's on at 1 o'clock, but Paul didn't even know about it. And he's up in Great Falls. So, there's got to be communication with each other.
There is.
If you expect somebody to be there, just excuse me, if you expect somebody to be there as a schedule on the agenda, then that person should be contacted and aware that he's supposed to be there or she's supposed to be there. Thank you. Now I'm finished.
He read the agenda. He was covered on it.
I have a question on verbal communication. Is that just as binding as, or do we need documentation?
The first issue of it being on the agenda, having road update is sufficient for any type of road maintenance. But I think here, I mean, the first step of Paul going to the town crew was the way to go. Doing I guess a letter to the mayor email letter to the mayor today may be a good way to, so he knows.
We could do that, but we asked him when I was here before, we asked him, Paul did what he got told to do was to go talk to him. What they're bringing up and saying it, but he is doing what we're telling him to go talk to him. They're not coming through with what they're doing. So now if we just say that, if we have to go do it, you're getting a bill, maybe they'll get it done. I agree with it,
But following up with an email to the mayor may be a
Yeah.
good plan.
Yeah,
Is that all right, Paul?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I guess call him and then call us right back, so we know where, if we have to send a letter to the mayor and that, so everybody's. Then we have documentation, I understand what Blanche's saying too, so, is there anything else on solid waste?
No. As soon as I get a response from him, I'll call you back. So, I mean, it could be a couple hours or whatever,
Okay, yeah, just make sure and get back to us, so then we can get a letter drafted up and we can get it to the mayor.
I'm good.
All right, I don't have nothing else, I've been out of the loop, so.
Sounds good.
Okay, sounds good. We'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Okay, yeah.
thanks, Paul.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Alrighty, so. We're right on time now, we'll move into dam tender report, Georgetown Lake outflow, it's at 642922, 3.36 inch below full pool. It's 30.6 flow, stream flow. Piezometers, no water indicated. All looks good, reservoir buoys, cables could be raised. Getting lower, so they start getting sag in there. Nate, what's his name?
Jared,
No,
No.
the Kurt guy.
Cream,
Yeah, and we were gonna tighten them and put new stickers on anyway, so maybe we could get somebody to do that with it. I tried calling Jared to ask him about a couple of things and I haven't heard back from him, so
Did we get that,
that's what I called. I haven't heard nothing.
but he's got approval to fix it.
Yeah.
Contracted out to fix it, okay.
Yeah, just before I left, we gave him the permission to go ahead with that. What's your?
We did it for 2 weeks, that'd stay the same.
So did you see
I'm gonna
the,
bring something up, whoops, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that, I guess last year we got into this too, and it still bothers me,
And better.
that borrowing. It's not their water. And they're making, I think we really goofed up when we went ahead and said, oh yeah, we'll pay you back. But to sit there and say borrowing their water, they don't own that water.
Who said borrowing the water?
Well, we borrowed, we took so much
That's
out,
what
now we gotta
we
pay
want
it
to
back.
pay it back like we did last year, but last year was different than this year. This
Exactly.
year we had plenty of water. And last year we were going down fast. And that's why I agreed to have the payback last year. Cause we were gonna get really low.
And we talked about it last year, I just don't like that idea, we're just saying borrow, it's like they own the water and we're
Who's they?
fishing it.
Oh,
one thing though, the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Forest Service agree with their plan on have to return it. So there's no way to get a temporary modification without going along with that.
We never ever tell last year when it first started coming in about borrowing water. I don't
Yeah.
like that.
I
I
don't know if they use the term borrow, but they did say payback.
Payback. I think it was good last year. I don't think it's necessary this year, but we're gonna do it because it probably don't make any difference. That's where I'm at.
To go to 40 for 2 weeks and
Yeah, we're still
And
so we
return it
started
later in the
at 40
irrigation.
last week.
last week, continue on for a week, take a look at it.
well, it's at what right now?
it's,
It's
I, The
We asked
outflow,
for 40.
3.36.
Oh, the water.
the outflow is still
It's
at
still good.
Yeah, see
30
that-
because you haven't
yeah.
been granted a temporary modification.
So it'd be starting this week then on 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't do it last week, did they?
One at a time, I'm
Yeah,
getting.
so it was-
Let's wait on that.
It was not,
No, let's wait just a second. and then
it
we'll-
was not increased to 40 because they didn't get back to us until later in the week.
That's right.
So it'd be 40 would be starting today,
Start 40 starts today.
if that's what you want, yeah.
Oh,
It's going
I
for 2
thought,
weeks.
I had thought that we were gonna do 40 upon approval. And when we got the approval, we put it up to 40.
But then they said that payback deal, and so you're
Yeah,
waiting
they
till
gotta
today.
Extend it out to the week, all the discussion. So,
Okay,
it's not gonna start till this week, I read
Okay.
that.
okay, so we've been doing 30,
Thursday.
Yeah,
but
Yeah.
now we have approval to do,
40 for 2 weeks if you
it's a
pay back 10 CFS for 2 weeks later in the irrigation season.
In irrigation.
I'm-
After irrigation.
Let's
does it
see.
have to be paid back immediately?
Let me see what their language is there.
reducing outflows at an appropriate time and at an
let's-
adequate amount during the
Okay, just
remainder of the
second, Billy.
irrigation
Hold on,
season.
hold on here. We
Yeah.
got stuff going all over.
Okay, so it's during the irrigation season, the payback is what they're requesting.
Well, we wouldn't wanna do that, cause they were trying to give the irrigators water, this was the whole deal. We
Let's see,
can't take away from them to pay back when they're needing,
Yeah.
that's the problem, see, they're just starting to think about that lake again and not below. We start taking, this was the whole deal, we saved, so we have it to help them that, now we're going back on what we said.
yeah, you'd have to go to 20
Yeah.
CFS for the last 2 weeks in October.
See, and that's when they're sitting there, well, you're borrowing, it's not their water.
Yeah,
But
not on the reservoir side. Yeah, you're exactly right. So it should be paid back after irrigating season.
Yeah, we can't, cause we sit here and promise these ranchers and stuff that we're gonna try to give them water when they really need it, and they're good enough in the spring that they don't want it, so they're letting us build up. Now they're trying to take it back again, this is a,
Okay,
so they have to go back to the 3 agencies to see if they agree to that.
okay, so what you're saying is their payback is immediate and since when can they decide immediate? Why can't we decide, okay, we'll pay back after irrigating season?
Well, under temporary modification rules. They're not gonna, they have to consent, and that's the only way they're going to consent if they pay back that 10 CFS later in the irrigation season.
Right away?
Later in the irrigation season, so it could be 1st of October, but that's still.
I mean,
Yeah, I
we can't rob the ranchers.
I'd go 1st of October, because they're not doing much then, I don't think.
Well, it just all depends on this weather, you know, we all see now that here it is 90 again, and I guess.
It-
I don't know how they dictate us to what, they sit there and tell us one thing and then all of a sudden now they're, well, you're gonna pay it back. Well,
Yeah, we didn't pay back during irrigation season last year. It was.
Yeah, it was, it was during the irrigation season, I'm pretty sure. That the FERC order gives them that, it gives them power to consent and they can put conditions on their consent.
What happens when we say no, that we're not giving it back until after these guys are done trying to get their fields and ready for their, you know, their.
You raise it to 40 CFS without their consent, then you're in violation of the FERC order.
Too many hands involved in this, and I think it's a lot of it, we've screwed up and let them get their hands in it, now they're taking advantage of. They sit there and say one thing and then they're gonna turn around and do something different, I don't agree with
Well, I'd send them a note, say we wanted to give it back, pay it back after October
So
1st.
can we talk?
You do
then?
have FWP on, you have Alex Bolavino, which is the attorney with Fish, Wildlife and Park, Brad Learman and Stephen Bagley.
So I guess we need to talk to Brad, is he the main one?
Or Alex.
Alex, I guess,
Alex is on.
oh, go to Alex, then, really, please, let's see if he'll answer.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Not very good, obviously.
I understand, and I'm gonna probably rely more on Brad here just because he has the fisheries experience and more of the knowledge pertaining to Georgetown Lake. So if you do have questions pointed towards the flows, I would probably direct them towards him. I'm just here to kind of, as Blaine had said, I mean, the FERC order is fairly straightforward. And if you guys wanted something outside the irrigation season, I could discuss that with Brad and everyone else within the fisheries division to see if that's something that we would be amendable to, but if you guys have pointed questions towards Brad, I'm sure he could answer them right now.
Okay, so Brad, are you on?
I am, yeah, I am.
Okay.
I guess my first thing I would say is that, this is the way we've always done it. Every year, you guys have requested additional flows. There's always been a payback of the water, before the end of irrigation season. So that is the way we've always done it. And, I guess I feel like a bit that we are trying to help the irrigators. That's the point of this, by giving them water during the driest portion of the year and get it paid back into the reservoir before the winter, so that there aren't any, before the end of irrigation season, so that there isn't any impact on Georgetown really, or very little. But I guess I would just say that we feel like we're helping the irrigators out by doing that, and that's what we've done the last 8-10 years that we've done this, and that's kind of how we feel about it at this point.
So if we pay back October 1st, is that okay with you?
Yeah, because the irrigation season goes to October 15th. So yeah, that'd be well within what we agreed to.
I just want to get some water down there when it's real hot like this.
Yeah. That's when they're gonna need it.
But potentially, you should get the irrigators on to see if that's what they want.
Well, I know they want water, they're hurting for water.
They want it now.
They're trying to pay in the first time, so I'm sure they're trying to get the stuff going.
Yeah, but just let them know that you have to be down to 20 CFS for 2 weeks in October.
Okay, so 2 weeks in October, and then it changes what, the 15th has to go to what, 30?
10, but it's the
Yes, it has to
lesser of 10 are inflows.
Okay, 10 are inflows.
The lesser of 10 are inflows.
What do you mean the lesser of 10?
So if inflows are 6 CFS, you're supposed to be letting out 6.
So,
We got in a little bit of dispute on whether if it's 4 CFS, you should be letting out 4 when so that's been a little bit of a rub there, but yeah, it says 10 CFS or inflows, the lesser.
Jason's calling.
Okay.
Oh, Jason?
Okay.
Hello? Hey, could you call in on the commissioner phone? Do you hear what we're doing?
is he on?
Hey, Jason,
7022.
yeah, could you call in on the commissioner phone so everybody can hear you? We'll tell you what's going on. Yeah.
7022.
859-7023.
You too.
Can he call in Zoom number?
859-7022.
Can he call in, can he call in on the Zoom number?
Well, I just, sorry,
Because that's easy, isn't it? Just as easy as,
I don't
Yeah.
have to read all the numbers, so I know, I guess you can call him on this one, sorry, I just think he needs, this way, he kind of talks all the.
When Scott McDonald might be on too.
I don't see.
Not this morning.
Okay,
Who?
Scott McDonald.
I do not see Scott on there.
So the motion, would turn out to 40, right, you're saying, Chuck?
Motion would be turn up to 40 as soon as possible, so that we get an agreement. And then pay back.
Okay, so
40 for 2 weeks.
40 for 2
40.
weeks. And then they're agreeable to wait until October 1st to do the payback.
Yes. For 2 weeks. To be reduced from 30 to 20 CFS for 2 weeks in October.
So they're losing 10 normally.
It'd be 30 for those first of October.
Commissioner's office.
Yeah, this fall again.
Hey, Paul.
We need
So
this
I
one.
talked with Eddie and he said that where them water leaks and stuff where he fixed that road when he fixed the water leak. You know, they dug out of the bank and fixed them, so I think we're talking about two different problems here.
I suppose the guy better go up and find out for sure what they're talking about. They left, so I don't know what they're talking about now.
Well,
Maybe,
that's what I thought when I get back, I'll just go up there again and see what the heck they got going on.
okay, thanks.
But it sounds like it's two different problems.
Okay,
Okay, thanks. Okay, Jake,
Commissioner's office.
Hey, this is Jason Beatar, trying to call in as a commissioner.
Hey, Jason.
hey, Jason, I have you to call in. We're gonna make a motion for 2 weeks, 40. And then they'll have to cut it back and we gotta pay back. In October 1st, gotta give back water to the reservoir.
Okay, how far down is the reservoir?
3 inches, 3.36.
What are you gonna go in the winter with?
Inflow, I guess, huh?
Supposed to be 10 CFS or inflows, the lesser of those two after October 15th. So it'd be,
CFS.
yeah, under this plan, it would be 20 CFS though from October 1st to October 14th. That's what Fish and Wildlife will agree to that.
Okay, so why open it up now?
You
Sure,
want,
it can really get shape down here.
are you guys, we're thinking that you're gonna need some water, so that's why we're trying to get hold of everybody, see when you really need it.
But the lower guys,
Sure. I'm good. I mean, I've got my irrigation done. You might want to check with some of the neighbors, but, I guess my question is, you know, that freeboard in the lake going into winter, we gonna get into another position where there's no freeboard come spring and then we get flooded again next spring?
who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah,
Well,
I
I'm just
totally
trying to-
agree, I just trying to figure out, cause I heard a couple ranchers were needing water, so I involved you, cause I figure you talk more. I've been out of the loop, but I got a couple messages, you know, they're wondering about water, so.
Sure.
Jason,
So,
it's just,
yeah, I mean, as far as me, I'm good. I mean, I've kind of got my irrigation done and I'm in good shape, but I don't speak for everyone. So if people are wanting it, absolutely bring it.
Jason, this is Blaine. I think one thing also is to look at what Todd Blythe's saying in March and April and request the temporary modifications then to let more out. That's what I would suggest. So there's
Okay.
freeboard there in the spring.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Okay.
Sounds good to me. So you're gonna bring it to 40 for 2 weeks and then go to what?
Why,
It'd be 30 CFS until October 1st to 20.
said 20.
The 20 goes October 1st.
Okay,
But if irrigators want that,
I guess we need to, I don't know how to get a hold of them all, that's the problem.
well, I know last week we talked with Scott McDonald and
He wanted it.
yeah,
one of the
and
irrigators.
Dave Hotman was good with the 40.
So that.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
So, well, I guess we'll go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
On that.
I'm
motion.
good with it.
Okay,
I'm good with it. That's what people need. Absolutely, I'm good with it.
I didn't mean to put you as a main sport, I better get, you know, I've been out of the loop and just call you right away and then you, I talk to them, but if. Like down and over in Atlantic and all them, I know it's guy down there, and just
Sure.
start trying to help them
Sure.
out for a couple of weeks anyway, then we'll have to cut it back.
Okay, so,
Gotcha. What,
may want to call them.
okay.
never mind, Go
Okay,
ahead.
Jason, so in summary, we're going to do 40 for 2 weeks. Then it'll go back to
30 till October 1st.
October 1st, and then we pay back. So it'll be at 20 until we have to go to FERC
10 CFS
10
or inflows lesser.
lesser of,
Yeah.
So.
so.
Just trying, I guess. pass it out
now?
30,
30?
yeah.
Okay.
So I guess if you could pass it around and then maybe, I know I'm not trying to make it like whatever, but. It just, I don't know who you call and there's, there's a lot of people on that creek. I see,
Right,
Like whites, I see whites, that comes into that down there and all that, and they're picking their bales right now, so I know they're gonna, look like. Needing water.
Right.
I just trying to speak for them, I guess that's what we'll go with, and if you can pass it around, we'll.
Okay, so we have all who we need that's on Zoom right now,
Oh,
like we have Brad, Alex, and Stephen, probably the.
So they've already put what they agreed to in writing, so if you guys pass this motion, then I would just send them an email saying. Agreed.
So they're okay with the 40 also
Yeah,
until,
Just
and then
the 2
pay
weeks.
back.
Correct.
October.
correct.
Okay.
so I'd entertain that motion again, sorry, I got off the bat, you got every.
Okay, my motion is to go to 40 for 2 weeks, then go back to 30 till October 1st, and then go to 20 until October 15th.
I second that.
Any public comment? Elena?
Thank you, Elena Gagliano, for the record. Also homeowner up at Georgetown Lake area. I have 2 questions. One, is the dam tender in attendance?
No, he's not here right now. He's sitting
Okay,
in-
thank you. The other question is,
That's the question you want to finish.
the other question I have is you keep saying payback in October. What happens if we have a dry August and a dry September? Where are you getting the water to pay back?
Wait,
Well, under the FERC order. It's supposed to be 30, so that's gonna come out. The being at 3.36 local pool is probably the best, one of the best it's ever been lake levels this time of the year, so there's. I'd actually, to say I disagree with Fish and Game, I think there's plenty of there that wouldn't need payback, but they're wanting a payback, so that's their prerogative.
And I
Well-
just have a comment, this is what happens when you have so many entities. And the main, the main party in this is FERC with the hydroelectric generation. If we didn't have that license, it would have been a little bit easier juggling who gets what and when. The way it used to be before we got the FERC license to generate hydroelectricity, which the county does not benefit from. We pay a hell of a lot out for it, but we don't get any. I'm making my comment. Thank you. I'm making my excuse me. I'm
So the-
making my comment and now I'm finished. Thank you.
So that's all we're doing is following the FERC's order. They've set the parameters and the county is following that. 30 CFS unless you want a temporary modification, then it has to be the 3 agencies approve, and they've approved with conditions.
Okay,
the
so
dam tender doesn't have to be here, it just can go through the pipeline.
Yeah.
It's gonna go through everything.
So on that motion, do I have a second?
I did. I
I
said,
know I got all. Okay, so that was public comment, all in favor? Motion carried pass. We're moving on.
okay, one question. Just one. It's not the dam tender's responsibility to be in this office every time for the agenda, as long as he sends his reporting.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, no, he's doing what he's supposed to, we don't need he don't need to.
Yeah, you guys have all the
The
info.
monthly claim.
Oh, you have another, Elena has her hand up, going into monthly claims, okay.
Yeah, I'm not.
Maybelline, we need to wait for an actual like in writing agreement with FWP to go to that fall town now.
No, you don't know.
Okay.
And then, yeah, let them know.
Hey, they tear you.
Weeks and code.
Why are they tearing all this up?
Where?
Is this Blackfoot?
Well, I don't know.
No. I don't know, I think somebody
Oh,
owns that, because didn't there was a house there, oh no, I don't know what that is. That's ours.
Northwestern, they haven't even fixed the road in Maxville before, I'm not around here.
Yeah, they better fix that with asphalt.
Janine will be later, you can ask her what this is all about.
It's a,
Or do you know,
It's the town's,
fiber project?
well, it's town's alley, but they'll have to fix that asphalt. And if they haven't down Maxville, they'll let me know and all.
They haven't, and we've asked them, Paul's asked them, and they
Oh.
said they're going to.
Could we get those guys in here just to update us on this whole situation? Can I get to, they're out there East Fork, and the guy's locating for the power, underground power and stuff.
You want Northwestern in?
But my wife called in yesterday to talk to the Blackfoot, and they said they wouldn't be there till next year. And so then this guy shows up an hour later,
They were at my house too, they've already done mine.
yeah,
So
and he's
there's-
marking all this stuff.
Left hand doesn't know the right hand.
Yeah, and it-
But this is Northwestern Energy,
Oh,
right?
yeah, I
That's
don't know.
our
about it.
Yeah, but
Why does he make-
but
She's mad.
getting Blackfoot in would be
Yeah,
good.
We do
good-
that.
But if you want me to email
Wait.
Northwestern Energy,
Yeah, cause
Can you
they've
look-
never done it across the street in Maxville.
where's it at?
Just above the bar there on, you can't, it's. on-
Probably the VFW
Yeah, and it's on
Oh,
this
okay.
pavement there, and they dug through there now.
Oh, okay. on pavement. Okay,
So
alright.
Paul fixed it once, all gravel, there's some sand there, but it not.
Well, my-
out again.
Contacted Paul Babb with,
Okay.
I'll just let him.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yep, there. I'll be back.
All right.
You know, on that fire structure thing where they were saying they have the crews out doing the fire structure, they were at my house. It was, I've never had anybody
It's-
come. I've never had anybody
It's kind
come.
of like the floodplain stuff or the 100-year stuff. This is what they're kind of getting into. I was reading about it up there in Folsom, and they were going over the mountain and everything. They're just data and it and all this. It's
I was like, I'm far away from the fire,
Yeah, we go get to your
really
place.
far. Yeah, they were all the way down at our house,
It better not get to
going
your
down the
place.
creek, right? Yeah. Cause I was like, what do you, and it was Sunday.
Yeah,
Sunday afternoon, because I was like, I'm sorry, what are you doing here? They wanted to know like where my propane tanks were, like how many gallons it held, and we're walking the perimeter. I've never had anybody do that. Never, not even when fires. Well,
Okay, mister. You don't want it.
Can we go off for a little bit?
Right.
We got this, yeah, we're gonna go off a little bit. We're doing claims.
Yeah. Hold on, I can't.
This PV tower and transmitter, is that still working with what's his name? Who's Char-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charlie.
it is, yeah, Charlie. I just see where they have them, I didn't know they're known by Flathead Communications, or maybe that's just the people that put it up. Charlie's the one that read that, no, I don't understand.
Yeah, and he would contract out with whomever, and then I think he has them doing it, and then I think he pays them and then we
He's a
do
good guy.
yeah,
That, on one of the claims here, it's to do with solid waste. I'll bring it up with Rick Robinson still hasn't come in and gave us none of that stuff, and she's gonna be retiring. We need to get that in here and done before she's gone. Yeah, we can get a letter. To Rick, you know, it's been months now.
Do you want me to write a letter or call him?
I'd call him and then see if what response we get, and then I just assume a letter.
Okay,
I'd
letter.
maybe email
I'll
him,
work with Blaine.
yeah, maybe email him and call him, so just that we have documentation.
Okay.
Here's a question. So we're discussing something between claims and something comes up and we're discussing it. And we're not really making a decision. And it's not on the agenda item, but we're discussing it. Why would it have to be in the minutes?
I don't know how to answer that, but just like we talked, you know, get home, then we'll put them on the agenda, but I mean, we have to talk about, you know, stuff comes up and you see it like you in the
Yeah.
claims, and we wanna make sure. We're following up, so I
Yeah.
don't see why it has to be on that, yeah. That's another question,
Maybe only if you're making a decision on it, I don't know.
if we're not making no decision, we're just saying that we
Yeah.
need to check in and.
Follow up.
I guess this is another thing too, do we have Ben come up next week, on the agenda?
Ben Hotman?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Ben Hoffman. We had a couple people call and said that they're not getting calls back, so I don't know if you have to put it.
From the
Extension.
extension.
But I figured put it on.
Yeah. Yep.
Now,
Good, how are you, sir? Hey.
All right, Mayor, you wanna come on up? We'll give Blanche a minute, then you might as well come up. Mayor ready, she's here. We'll get, Blanche is getting something, and she'll be right back. How's it going?
All right.
All right.
Jackie Butler's in here.
No. Well, I'm over here.
Okay.
All right, so the mayor's here, and we're into the 10-point update agreement between town of Phillipsburg and Granite County for the justice of peace. Service discussion decision, go ahead.
Yes, I have the agreement, we, updated the dates on the essential agreement that we've had for a long time. That's the only content change at all in this. And so essentially we passed it, at our council. And so basically, it's in the signature stage, and so I've signed it, and then there's a place for Pete to sign, and then Blaine to sign, and then, the chair to sign. So that's basically where we're at right now. So I'm just looking for a signature on this so we can get this in the file. And what I'll do is we'll scan it and send it up to you folks, so you have it for your records. And
Okay, so
get it caught up, basically.
I need a motion on this.
That's it. I make a motion that we, update our agreement and agree to the town of Phillipsburg and Granite County for the justice of the peace.
My second.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
We carry that.
just like that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Easiest thing I've done in a month. We'll see you later.
Stuart Lake Road,
Good job.
hey, Stuart Lake Road, did you get the message on that?
That with respect to,
The washout?
yeah, they repaired the pipe and everything. What, a week ago or something like that?
They
I'm
didn't
pretty
fix,
sure.
they didn't fix the road though.
Oh, I don't know the status of that, but I will certainly follow up on it. I haven't gotten any calls personally to me necessarily. I suspect there's been communication between Public Works, but I haven't, but I will go back to my office and follow up on that.
Well, didn't Paul say it was different?
Figures it's something else, it wasn't wasn't nothing to do with them.
With the water,
There's
right?
something different somewhere else, that's what Paul said, so he was gonna get back and run up there and look before.
Okay, I'll just wait then, but I will follow up and, because I know they went up there and did it last week, the replacement of the pipe. In terms of the surface, I'm not sure what's going on, so I'll follow up on that.
Saying they didn't fix it.
They didn't fix the pipe.
Didn't fix
The
it.
road.
There's a big
Oh,
hole front,
After the.
a
pipe-
washout.
After the pipe was done,
Well,
they didn't follow up on that, because that's what I think is going on. I'll follow up on it.
Okay, thanks. Ready, we got a few minutes before the Volunteer Ambulance Association updated policy and procedure.
That's at 11.
Hello, good morning. How's it going?
Good to see you.
Good. Hey, have to be down here for the mayor. Did you miss him?
Yeah, just make it right
Oh,
there.
there's a. All right, how's it going?
Very good.
All right,
Just the-
good.
Yeah. You thought you got it, so I can never get away.
You want me to give this to Judge tomorrow or?
Yeah, sure, that certainly, that would
Okay.
work that way. She could sign it and then you could.
You-
send it to
yeah,
her. I'll
okay.
get it or whatever, and then we'll scan it and make sure everybody has it.
All right, sounds
Very good,
good.
thank
All
you.
right, thanks.
Can you give me a copy of
Yeah.
that when you get all the signatures? Thank you.
We'll give him that.
Get it recorded. Thank you.
Warm in here.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? We can open. Yeah, for these, as long as it isn't too loud. Will that be too loud? For anybody know?
They done working?
He's in the hole.
Alright.
I don't know. Is that just?
Where?
Are they drilling or something?
That's what you might get.
Oh, welding.
Wow.
There you go.
We learn how to weld.
Entertain a motion on accepting the claims.
I make a motion that we approve the claims for the month of July.
No second.
Public comment. Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried to pass.
Did you read out the letter from Rachel Johnson?
Yeah. Okay, I have a copy of it.
Hey. Scott here.
Yes, he is.
Talking about the ambulance.
You may not have his
It's at
chair.
11.
Huh?
Yes, at 11.
Oh. I tell you guys, I'm not having trouble getting an ambulance, and then the newspaper prints that article about not getting an ambulance. It
I
wasn't
did
even
see that.
Easy now. I was sold on a piece off that.
I was going to say the same thing. I am a witness.
My camera was facing towards you though. I might have bruising, I don't know, I better check.
4 minutes.
4 more minutes.
You guys just meet with Mary today, is that?
Frank is on Zoom, I see. Yeah, and I don't know if anyone else is coming. Frank Prince, yes.
I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
What's the deal, Dave? Left me a message and I didn't get it, or whatever, you wanted a dump truck load of gravel or something?
I don't know if you're talking about. You guys hear about that or what?
Found out back in the jailhouse?
He's probably talking around that cement slab, I don't know if we want to hold dump truck load, but. We did discuss that if I remember right, but.
I got the measurement.
How's it going?
Good morning.
Been working on.
Oh, yeah, I was just looking at the receipts. It's gonna be the same.
We'll go ahead and go into Phillipsburg Volunteer Ambulance Association update. Updated policy and procedure, bylaws, adoption. Program executive director position created for Phillipsburg Volunteer Ambulance Association with job description. And advertising position, discussion, decision on union matters. Who wants to
Well,
start?
I can if you want, Mary, in connection with myself, and mainly Mary, has worked very hard on the bylaws and the policies and procedures. So very thankful for that, and so I think they're ready for the commission if you're wanting to look at that. The other thought on if you're gonna go forward with the new position is potentially, I think the name may need change to program coordinator. I think that the name might be confusing people if they think that person's gonna be over the officers, but it's clear in the policy description that the president would be the direct supervisor of that person. Mary had some concerns about the job description and that it might have too much in it. Your concerns were potentially looking at a full-time job. Guess a couple things on that. I would say right now it would be that program coordinator working with the officers to try to, I think, prioritize what's needed for right now. But that job description could probably be pared down. So yeah.
Robert couldn't come today.
Just state your name and that for the rest.
Yeah, I'm Mary Miller. Robert Littlejohn couldn't come today. He's been consumed with duties around the fires and all that, but we've rewritten the bylaws and rewritten the policy and procedure. What we had before was a 10-page document that combined a little of each. We've rewritten the bylaws to allow for the operation of a quick response unit if we ever have the resources, and also to allow for the hiring of the executive director position. We've rewritten the policy and procedure manual to try to put a structure into place where the responders are protected, the managers are protected, the public receives a higher level of care, everybody all through the organization is supported and protected. I've known that a time would come when you probably had a gap in coverage from somebody like me, and so I've tried to give you everything you need to go forward for a little while. So Robert and Robert has gotten board of directors signatures on these. These are the bylaws.
I think we have.
Yeah.
These are the policy and procedure, and these are the bylaws, and these are the signed copies. That's 2 of each. And if the commission saw fit to put their final blessing on it, then I would take it to Sarah. Also to attest, those are the 4 copies that would need to be signed. I've also provided you with the promotional materials that I think that Robert's going to need to turn around and recruit.
Are these all the same? That what we have here, is there anything changed in these that you changed that? or
Nothing
different
has
from-
changed since the one that I gave to you. That one that you got is the same. The only difference is that the staff report I just handed you is fully signed and ready for your blessing. The ads are ready to go. Robert Littlejohn got a Gmail address, phillipsburgambulance@gmail.com, that he's gonna use for an email contact, and he's planning to get a Google Voice number as well. And once we've got that, we can plug that stuff into the advertising, and he's basically got newspaper ads, business cards, posters ready to go.
Does the county need to pay for a cell phone, or is this Google, this other phone number gonna work?
I don't know the specifics because I don't use Google, but he seemed confident that this would give him a good public number and public contact while keeping his own cell phone and email private. And so once he's got a phone number to go with that, that's the only thing that this promotional stuff needs in order for them to move forward with it and put up posters and put ads in the paper and get people on board.
Didn't we really emphasize though that it'd be better that county had the phone and not their personal? Didn't we always kind of? Just so.
I think the county should pay for a phone.
Pay for
call.
the phone, yeah.
Yeah,
Especially, he's getting calls for recruiting and
Yeah.
other things on.
yeah, we can just pass that on to Robert Littlejohn, that he could be working with you guys to get a county phone number, and then you would have a public and a private set of contact information. The other thing that I wanted to bring forward today is the first job description that I gave you for an executive director that would work 10 hours a week, back when we were saying, well, several people have said to me a few times, 10 hours a week would be quote unquote a miracle for the ambulance. And the first job description I gave you was really representative of what I believe a good person could do in 10 hours a week. And when you asked me if I thought 10 hours a week was enough for what I believe could be done in 10 hours a week, I thought, yeah, this could provide something really valuable. The way the job description was rewritten this weekend, I appreciate that it was done that way in order to try to bump the grade up, and I understand that. However, from the standpoint of somebody with a master's degree and about 8 years of relevant experience, I can tell you that when I look at all the points in the new job description, my immediate impression is that this is far, far beyond the scope of what can be accomplished in 10 hours a week. And with the new job description, my impression when I look at it is that somebody really good, like me or somebody else who's really good at what they're doing, it would be a 35 to 40 hour a week job to do well, as it's now written out in the job description. And so I really see where there's kind of a decision point going forward, which is it still a miracle to have 10 hours a week for the ambulance? In which case, I think we have to move back towards a scope that can be accomplished by one person in 10 hours a week. Or do we say we want this Christmas list of the perfect person to do all these things realistically? If we're honest with ourselves, it's a full-time position. Are we going to hire somebody to come in 10 hours a week and take on a full-time position knowing that they'll fail? I guess. It seems to me that we either need to go back towards something that one person 10 hours a week could do, even if it didn't score high on the matrix. Or make the decision to go forward with a comprehensive full-time position like the one that was just laid out in the current job description, because I think if somebody came forward to me and said. I can do all of that in 10 hours a week, I'd be just stepping backwards as a manager going. Oh, wow, you don't even have the experience to know that this is a full-time job that's looking at you, and I would be going, wow. And so I guess there's a decision to be made about what you want the job to look like.
Okay, question. So. What you're saying is what I gleaned from you was that you felt that. This person, for the needs of the Phillipsburg ambulance. For those necessary needs to keep it afloat, to help out the president and all the rest of the crew, 10 hours would suffice. And
10
you're saying,
hours.
no, it can't now.
Well, 10 hours would suffice if we went back to the job description that I first gave you in July and said, these are the duties that somebody in 10 hours a week position
Okay.
could actually accomplish.
So you're saying the first job description you gave us is not feasible?
No, I'm saying that that one is the one that I felt most accurately reflected what somebody good in a 10-hour a week position should give. What was drafted this weekend, I believe, would lead you to a decision point to take on somebody full-time or not, because the points laid out as essential functions in the draft that was made this weekend. If somebody looked at all of those and said they could do it in 10 hours a week, I'd be going, wow, because when I look at those with the experience behind having done most of it, I see that it would take a full-time person too.
One clarifying is that Billy got the job description from, I think, Anaconda Deer Lodge County, and we were kind of trying to.
It's actually an
Oh,
administrative,
okay.
regular
Oh,
makeup
it's
job
okay.
description and tailored it back.
Okay, and
I
so
think-
this is, we're not looking for a full-time person. From what
Yeah,
I understood,
No.
someone has to help out to keep the president and whomever is the EMTs.
Afloat.
yeah.
Basically,
yeah.
I
So-
think it needs to
Yeah.
be this big,
So,
huge.
so I think the job description's good, it'd just be pared, I think it'd be
Yeah,
pared down,
pared
I think
down.
it could be
Yeah.
simplified. The
I
one,
think
the one that's before you right now.
I think it
Okay,
would need
so,
to be pared down and simplified back in the direction of the first one that I gave you, because well, that would be your decision and you could look at it, but that's what I believe is sustainable for one job, for one person working 10 hours a week. To
I
go beyond that, I think you're taking your chances with whoever will.
also think it should be called program coordinator, I think that will be less confusion, so they're
Well,
not the boss of the officers.
I think that executive thing, that's what people.
Yeah, it does, it has, I mean, there's already been some
Well,
confusion.
and it's true, it's not feasible to do a full-time. It absolutely isn't. So what is in this job description? That you pulled from Mako is a full-time position, and. I went on what you felt just to help these people out, just to keep it running smoothly. And so they don't have to do all the paperwork, is that 10 hours would suffice.
I could do the job duties that were laid out on the first description in 10 hours a week, do a good job.
That,
Um,
that's the way I understood it, listening, reading on it, cause like I said, you just can't be a full time.
We don't have the funds.
Yeah,
You're right.
well,
I mean, we're crippled right now and we're trying to bring it up and we're gonna have to cover it with something just to make it
yeah,
a workable
I-
project.
I'd say give Billy, Mary and I a week to
Pare
pare
it
it down
down.
and bring it back to you, then that issue.
I think
Yeah.
it has to be done, cause I'm just feeling that 10 hours a week, I think that's what we were all kind of. We don't
Yeah.
wanna get into, we're not trying to make a
Yeah,
certain job for somebody,
No.
we're trying to make this work. But
yeah.
we gotta do it as feasible as we can.
Yeah, the new job, I think, the new job description, we'd be setting somebody up to fail because it looks to me like a full-time position on paper and we're asking somebody to do it in 10 hours a week.
Yeah,
There's no way
no.
that's gonna work out.
Billy?
Frank has comment.
Oh, Frank, go ahead, sorry, I got. When I was reading, there's some stuff in here I was gonna ask you too.
Am I on there?
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead. You were, something happened to you.
Now we can't hear you. Oh, now we can.
Can now?
Yeah.
You there? Okay,
Yeah.
so as far as the job description in 10 hours, I got mixed. I guess my point being is we've already got a service up and going, and since we had to get going in kind of a short order here and get things and we've been able to do that in less than 10 hours a week. We already have something established though. So I can see at the first couple of weeks, you're going to be pounding out, getting a lot of hours down, getting things going. But then once it's up and running, if it's 10 hours a week, I just can't believe that it would ever be that much, because I mean, as it is, we do this job description, we do that within our service on a full-time basis, as far as setting up training and writing grants and whatnot. And then there's times that we do hire that out, but that is the price of those grant writers are usually included within the grants that we've acquired. So, I mean, there's a lot of deal. I'm not trying to discount the job or anything like that, but I just don't foresee it for definitely not being any more than 10 hours a week. I mean, sure, startup is going to take you a lot, yes, but not once things are up and going. I don't.
Yeah, I agree, and I think this is why we're asking you to do it. We kind of said that when we first started, it's gonna take some time to get this stuff rolling. It's gonna take some man hours now. We knew that, but we're kind of, once we get there, then we're on the 10 hours. No, we're kind of.
Right.
But I know it's gonna take a little more just to get going, because we fell so far behind.
But I've been
So I
telling
guess
people.
that's
Go
where
ahead.
I guess that's just where I was at, is just saying it's not going to be a full-time job forever. That's for darn sure. So I just, I think you go with the 10 hours and try to limit it to the 10 hours and go from there myself. But that's my.
Well, one thing I'm telling people is Granite County Medical Center may be looking at taking it over, but the commission's going forward like that's not going to happen, because this time right now is the important time, and getting it working. I think the way the county's growing though, there's going to be more and more calls. So I think right now it's 10 hours, but the commission's got to look at potentially there. And I'm not saying right now there's justification for full time, but down the line there might be more hours that need to be allocated. But that's something to consider then. Yeah, later on it'd be a future issue. So I think, if commission can give us a week to pare the current draft down to a workable. I see the recruitment coordination, the training coordination, and some helping with some paperwork. Those are the key things right now, aren't they?
Yeah, I think the big right now is recruitment, and just getting a lot of little pieces in place to support the responders when they start coming on. But
I think we're there to do that. It's just that we can't make it a full time. It's kind of falling back in that. I know it's gonna take some money, and that we plan on trying to get it to go. So yeah, but it is, we're all gonna have to work together and just sit and go back through here, and I totally agree with what there's stuff.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Right, just one thing is we've got the administrative policy procedure, we've got the bylaws, we've got that we were agreed to, and we've looked over, and we're gonna sign them, correct? We're gonna make a motion to sign these.
As long as that didn't bring into that full time.
Oh, no.
Okay.
no, the job description is something
Okay, I
aside from
just started
this.
reading.
Well,
about it.
even the job description itself
Yeah,
says
yeah,
10 hours per
just-
week. So but it does need some work.
So are you saying that we should move ahead and make?
Just Becky, you're not.
You're fine, it's this. I just want one piece of clarification from you guys when working on the job description. So is what you're looking for then, because I don't work in that capacity, but is it just, you're looking for someone then to assist the president of the association as far as grant support, paperwork, training coordination, billing, scheduling, that kind of stuff? It's the
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, this is not where,
Okay, I I wanna make sure I'm headed in the right direction.
I think was to take the pressure off of them that's doing them stuff, and then we have somebody that can actually pick up and do the rest of this stuff and not. Isn't that what?
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
yeah.
Okay. I just wanna make sure I'm
So
headed down. the
That's why I
right
think the
road.
name should be program coordinator,
Perfect.
or is it? Okay.
I can send you a copy of the first job description, which I wrote, which isn't in the right format, but it reflects what I think when I set up the policy manual, when I divided up tasks. I can send you the first job description, which showed everything that I thought that this position could do in 10 hours a week, and you could take it from there.
That's cool. We have it, this is Sheriff Gunderson. I believe Frank Prince is right, because I've helped do those sorts of duties within the volunteer ambulance service, with all due respect to Mary and all of her hard work. He's absolutely right about that. It can get very time consuming depending on how depth you can go, like submitting trip reports, quarterly reports for workman's comp. You know, there's quite a bit to do there, but like Frank's right, once you get it up and running, it's just a maintenance.
It's gonna take some time.
But my point to all that is if you have a volunteer within the service that's willing to help
Yeah.
the coordinator, that could pull some of the hours of that too, and I full time,
No,
no.
Well, we don't have the funding.
and that wasn't our intent at all.
No, I don't think it was
Just a
anybody's
hand.
intention, but the duties that are listed out on the new job description, to do each of those well.
I appreciate what you're doing, don't get us wrong, I mean.
I don't think you're gonna find somebody who can do everything in the new job description anywhere near 10 hours a week, so.
Even
That'd be
Mary, you don't think that that's a possibility if hypothetically you had somebody within the service that said, hey, I can take care of the quarterly reports, you know, and help you with that, or.
Well, we won't, until we get everything running, you know, that's the whole thing.
Probably not, because so much has been added to the job that could have been done by one person. 10 hours a week in terms of everything from accounting to, I mean, so much has been added that if somebody were to be held to every point on the new job description.
Well,
I would wish you luck in finding somebody who could
I
do it.
always have other duties as assigned by the sheriff in my job description, so. A job's a job, and if they ask you to do it, that's just at the sheriff's office, but.
That's a good idea, that's a good idea. to have
Other
other
duties,
duties, Yeah.
Absolutely, and if you're giving somebody a job that can't be done 10 hours a week, you know, I would just have to wish you luck.
Well, the only thing I'd say there is that then there's gotta be a coordination of the prioritizing what's
Well, I don't
what's the
think-
most important things that need to be
I
done.
agree with Lance, and it's like, you know, until we get everybody set up and get moving from this, we're not gonna know. Well, I think people are gonna step in, hell, they wanna make it work, obviously, it's starting to come down, right?
Okay, so the intent was, and the fact was because you couldn't be a volunteer.
Right.
And you were willing to be a volunteer, and we do need someone. Why? We need someone to do basically the grunt work, and that's turning in reports, and turning in your quarterly reports. If there's bills, they could submit the bills to the clerk and recorder's office. All they have to do is get bills in the mail and submit it to the clerk and recorder's office. They organize them and pay them, and it comes out of your fund. So I felt that when I told them to get that budget out from the clerk and recorder, is to put in a position where it'd be 10 hours a week.
Right.
And we'll go from there.
I think we, yeah. you know.
And so right now, Mary has been volunteering her services willingly. And I think going forward to get this, because she can't be a volunteer person because of your title.
Alright,
Yeah. So. that we
but
need-
once this is created, it would go out to the competitive
Yes.
hiring process.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it would go out for the hiring process.
Yeah.
And Mary would submit her application as well as whomever else would want to submit it for 10 hours a week. And she's willing to do it for 10 hours a week.
As the positions currently defined in the last job description, I didn't, they would not be applying for it.
have not accepted that job description, and I think we're all in concurrence that we're not going to.
Yeah, it's a draft.
Yeah, so let us make the decision on that first before we say we're not in.
Yeah, you'll have to see what you come up with, and that's my concern about the position, the way it's gonna be written.
Okay, so Mary, your original job description is bring it, and if you guys want to group together and look at it and work around it to make it a 10-hour-a-week position as a helper to help out with the expenditure and administrative side for the people handling, so that they don't have to do that particular grunt work themselves.
Right.
And that's getting reports and.
Don't
getting
say grunt
bills.
work, we want people to.
To apply.
I can't hear you when you cover your mouth.
Glamorize.
What grunt work, this is the, I know people to apply for.
Yeah, 10 hours a week is not much.
Yeah,
And, but you have someone that's willing to do it, so it's gotta go out there,
Mhm.
and then that person that's willing to do it would apply, and
Yeah,
And we could always leave it that if all of a sudden new stuff has changed and that we could put another hour or something on just to make it work. That wouldn't be going.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean.
Yeah. or and if you're looking at it and it's ending up that person in that position, if they're not needing to do the 10 hours a week, then they wouldn't put in for the 10 hours.
Mhm.
They would put in for the hours
Yeah.
worked.
Well, I think we have to have it time card, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, yeah.
one other thing we should have brought up is Robert Littlejohn and the Phillipsburg ambulance are recommending this as well. We talked about that last week, but that should be in the minutes.
They're recommending that they have.
That the commission hire or create a position of program coordinator, whatever we call it.
Yeah.
To work.
Yeah, and we discussed it, we were very willing to do that.
I think it would really totally removing
I
myself.
think we're
from-
meeting this job description to death here. We just need, you guys need to go over and get it done for 10 hours. Let's move on. I mean, we should sit here and keep going over and over that. Let's just get it to the.
Do you
10
call for a
hours.
motion on the bylaws and the policy?
I have a question on bylaws,
Yeah,
Article 3, organization chart. Got a medical director over the commissioners, who's the medical director?
Eddie Amber, I believe is the current medical director,
Eddie Amber.
but I haven't talked to Eddie. I know, Robert Littlejohn contact him, or Pat Little was gonna contact him to see if he was still on board with being medical director, because we have to have one.
yeah.
So. I guess we're back to making a motion on the bylaws. First
You have-
bylaws. We probably have to do it individually.
Yeah, correct.
We'll start with the bylaws and motion accepting them.
No move to accept him. Okay, that's all.
To accept the updated policy and procedures. I'll second it.
Public comment. Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that one passed, the bylaws are passed.
Got 2 copies of it, 2 originals. So
You what, man?
you have 2 copies of each one to be signed.
Two copies of the bylaws.
Use the ones that were.
Oh. That was my dream. We laugh at me every yarn. I'm gonna sue me.
That's okay, you've been out, you're allowed to be out. All right, thank you.
Okay, the next one's,
So we need the second copy of the bylaws signed, also once for the clerk and recorder, but once for me to scan so that I can get copies out to all of you. And a complete PDF, thank you.
So bylaws / operating and administrative policy.
that your motion was accepted.
We did already, didn't we?
No, we gotta do these.
We did both at the same time, didn't we?
No, we gotta do it separate.
Yeah,
We did
Yeah,
bylaws.
bylaws, yeah.
I did bylaws.
You did bylaws?
You can do that.
Okay. I make a motion that we accept the updated policy and procedures for the Phillipsburg Volunteer Ambulance.
My second.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried, pass them both.
I think maybe on behalf of all of us who've worked on this, just thank you very much. I think this is a
Thank you.
big step forward.
No, you've done an amazing job, Mary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. No, you can keep that. That's just a sample of what the PR materials will look like, the new logo, the ad, all that.
Okay, thank you very much, and appreciate all your work. You really
You're very
do.
welcome. You're very welcome.
So the second part of this,
Job description be tabled,
Table.
have it on next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you guys will go through it and get it down to a 10-hour.
Yeah, we'll pare it down.
And you good. See the next week.
Should we get this in the paper then?
Yeah,
We'll need to plug in a phone number for Robert. He'll need to work with you on getting a town phone number, and I can pass that information on to him.
He'll come in and talk to Sarah. Sarah does our Verizon.
Oh, great, okay, I'll let him know.
so getting a phone for the,
Robert, for the.
Yeah.
For Robert, and then that
Yeah.
stuff's ready to go, and it's no problem for me to just fix it and then shoot you the original, so you can do what you like with it from there. If you think poster's ready to go, we get ready to go. That's really nice.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and yes, we'll move on. then.
Thank you all.
thank you, Mary.
It's been good
Good
work.
work. Good job.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Yes, truly.
Thank you. I'll get you copies of this by the end of the week, hard copies and PDFs.
That's what you're.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Alrighty, moving on, we'll go to Granite County Courthouse Custodian Janine Bond. What do you got?
Well, these are the proposals from the two places I got. This in here, the back page, actually, I typed that because her ID is pretty hard to read. So it's all on the very back of the page, but it's on the no rush matters.
Thank you.
Here's Sparky. These people, it took forever to get here and they just not happy with them. That first one, I do have samples of the clock and whatnot downstairs.
So the first one, their first one is two quotes.
Well, actually, there's the quote for the steps on the carpet, and then the other one is for the north entrance here. Either we can put it like it is now, which is that center being done, or carpeting all the way over. Option one is down the center. Option two is wall to wall and in the hallway out here.
Kind of like what we have now.
Actually, that would be carpet all the way across instead of just that piece we got in the middle. That's
Is it
option two.
easier to take care of with it all the way across, or is it?
Don't matter to me, man.
So the,
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, Janine, I mean, I just trying to figure out.
if I may, make a comment, having the hardwood, showing hardwood, that we still have beautiful hardwood. And we want to show it, that I think that we should just,
Keep it that way.
yeah,
Okay, so that'd be option one on the proposal two. But the proposal one is for all of the stairs, you know, on all the floors, the ones that we wanted to have replaced. On the sticks and stones carpet one, the one I typed up. Because the writing is kind of hard to read,
This is proposal one, right?
right?
Okay.
That's for the whole, all the stairs, the first page on it. And I put all on one page on the last. And then the other page is that proposal for just this front entryway on the north there. This other section down here. So there really isn't a whole lot of difference in price.
Which one will you have you dealt with before, or have you dealt with either one of these?
Sticks and Stones is who I would recommend. Sticks and Stones is who I would recommend.
Okay.
But they brought me samples and everything downstairs. I don't know if he wants to
they
help
were,
me pick them.
you had a more easier time with them, they were more receptive to
Yes.
their needs
Right.
than.
Yes.
I recommend you go with stick and stones, if you feel comfortable with them and. Seem like we went out of the way to get it, or try.
Yeah, it's the other one, they want me to come over there and look at their samples and whatnot. Yeah, it seems like the sticks stones one were more apt to want the job, because, you know, she came with the samples and
Yeah.
all
Yes.
that. You know, she was more.
So I'd entertain a motion on this if we're gonna do it.
I would make a motion that the proposal from Sticks and Stones Carpet in Butte, Montana be accepted for replacing the carpet in the
This is-
stairs and the entryway.
Is there any public comment?
Yeah, later on, you'd be. Potentially doing the offices later on, right?
But as they
Do you,
Are needed.
do you wanna buy that carpet now so that you have it?
No.
No, so it matches, alright.
know,
Okay.
Now, let's just wait
Because
on
you
that.
can't get the same stuff that we got here, like this is the same as on the stairs out there, they don't have anything. All of them are similar to this, but different colors. There's quite a few choices to look at. Along with the border stuff, and I don't know, I've just been looking at it, and I'm confused which way to go, but are you gonna leave that up to me, or do you all wanna be
I think
involved?
that,
Leaving it
I
up to
think
her.
you've got an air about you that you pick out that pretty carpet for our beautiful courthouse.
Okay, all right,
Any other public comment? Being none, all in favor? Nothing carried back and get a hold and get them going.
okay, now what about out here on the north entrance, you want me just to keep it the way it is then? And that's the other proposal hill, which is another, well. Okay, option one on the back page I wrote, total of option one, which we're gonna leave it with the hall showing a bit, you know, as it is now. Is that much, the 937220, that includes that out there. And that we'll put in the same kind of carpet that's there, the indoor outdoor stuff that's better for the winter and weather.
And then you would do a. runner
Keep
down
it the same as it is.
Yeah.
Keep it the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's what we'll go with, then, if that's what y'all decide.
Accept the proposal one.
Okay. All right, I'll get in touch
Thank you
with
so
you.
much.
So then
Thanks
just
for
let,
getting it.
let Sarah know, since you put it in the building.
I'll give her my extra.
Hey, great.
And then you had something going on again with the roofing upstairs. Is Dave coming up for that?
He was just finishing up with the metal, I think, right?
I haven't
Yeah.
seen him.
I got was something about a loaded gravel and I didn't reply because it was something to do with the sheriff's office. I don't know nothing.
Yeah, I think he was gonna do the, finish off the metal upstairs and get working on the drain
We
here.
just need to get this stuff
Yeah.
done.
He did get some stuff gravel out here by where the drain's going. I did notice that when I was sweeping the sidewalk the other day. So there's something new going on there on the drain system for the sidewalk.
Okay, did we have to get a hold of the power company or whatever first, so they know where to lay the power to make sure that that drain's gonna fit there?
That's a good question. We'll Look that down.
You know, remember he said they thought a guy could bring the stuff up, and I don't know if he's really. The last time he said some electrician stuff, and he said, no, that was up to Jeremy to figure out. I thought he was taking care of it. He says he don't do the electrician stuff, but when we do. We gotta get hold of Jeremy Finland, see if that can be done before. we
Well,
also
put it
take
plug
this
it
out.
out there to keep it drained without heat.
Yeah.
It's gonna stop.
Yeah.
Mount it, plug it on the side
So-
of the building, just put it in.
Yeah,
hot
get
air,
it closer. So
You can take anything, there's a lot of power down in the boiler room, just take a pipe out the wall, bring it down.
we'll need to have somebody to know that we don't know about it. So
Right.
Jeremy's gonna be working at the jail, I think, a little more, he has some stuff to
can
finish
you
up. so, yeah.
coordinate with him on that? And then before Dave starts digging up, so we know for sure where everything's gonna go.
Right.
You're good?
Okay. On it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, we're gonna go out for lunch.
Sure,
That's
So
everything
the
for-
courthouse roofing matter, is that what you were just discussing right now?
Yeah, well, he ain't here, so I don't, I just,
I think he said he's finishing the putting the metal on this week, and then he'll start working on the drain. is what
Oh, I
think he
thought-
said.
I put it on because didn't you have an update from Ace? for me?
Oh, you want to talk about
Sorry.
ace scripting as
That's
well?
what I meant.
Yeah, so,
I thought we talked
so
about it. Sorry.
there, the IB Roofing is the manufacturer for the roof. And their warranty talked about against puddling, but what it was because there is some puddling up there, that it was if there is puddling that they can they'll, and there's damage, they'll warranty that. But also in the specs, right in the contract, it says that it'll be flat. And so right in the contract specifications, it says there's not supposed to be any puddling. So commission want me to show them that provision and go after that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Because if it's puddling and because it's not flat, then we've taken care of the drain issue, right? So
Yeah.
we should be good, and it should drain properly without puddles.
The roof is a little spongy up there, but that's because the roof got put over the existing one. That's likely on the county.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
spongy.
Yeah, and right now,
Not
I
puddling.
think we can afford to, okay, let's rip it all up and replace it.
No. I think we're gonna.
Yeah, we just have to fix the puddling. Because the drain is now fixed.
Yes, correct. All right.
Otherwise, we're gonna be able to.
Yeah,
The drain they've said the drain is fixed in their letter to us. So
I guess I just need to make sure and get this stuff wrapped up, because here it is done in September.
Yeah.
I'm.
well,
I wanted
to just know, I mean, I don't know if it's gonna take litigation with them over that issue, but of the puddling, but I'll bring it back to what they say.
so we'll just have Janine take her shop back up and stack up.
I'll go up there with her.
She's not here.
I'll go up there with her.
Anything else on the puddling? We can't laugh at it.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna go off for lunch. Okay, we're back in session. We're a minute early. We're gonna go ahead and get started on residents on Lake Shore Road at Georgetown Lake to discuss removal of speed bumps. I take it that's what you guys are here for? Who wants to lead off?
I can go ahead and speak first.
State your name and stuff, please.
Rank 01.
What's that?
My name is Eric Wilberg. I live at 255 Lake Shore Road. Right. As you come down the hill in Badger Bay, there was the first speed bump. And then at the far right view of mine was the last one, the second one. I can tell you it helped us greatly this year. We have had very few yelling incidents. We've not been threatened by people. We've had no one near hit. Well, one boy possibly close, but kids tell stories. But it has greatly helped. Everybody has commented on what a great deal it's been for us. Because people, I think it made them realize, just pay attention. Oh, maybe there are people through here. Now, the only trouble with them was you almost need 3 because they start going off the road around them on the 2, which I'm sure everybody who has one in front of them loved. And the other problem, they just wouldn't stay pinned in. And so, I mean, I don't have a personal solution to how to pin them in better, but I mean, they work fantastic. We're grateful. They truly helped us, but they kept bouncing out in the pins. And I mean, we've watched it, and the people throw them off the side of the road. And hopefully nobody stole them, did they? But the only other suggestion I had was, I mean, could you do an inverted speed bump? Could you get like a 20-inch piece of pipe, a backhoe, and swing a cut like an inverted? Because then I don't think the snowplow would be affected. I mean, as soon as it snowed, that'd fill in and then they slide over it. But I mean, if there isn't a better way to pin them, it was just an idea I had. I'm not sure if there was any more knowledge or talk about how they could be pinned better. Because that's kind of the overlying problem. I mean, people don't want to slow down. I mean, we're trying to save our kids and animals' lives.
Right.
I mean,
Who put that asphalt down?
that was put in 20 years ago, I want to say. It was, they ground up some asphalt from somewhere in the area. And they brought it in to knock the dust down, because that used to be a terribly dusty road.
So Forest Service did that.
Like
20 years.
I couldn't venture to even tell you who really did it. I mean, I don't think it was private by any means. So somebody, whoever was maintaining that road. So,
It could have been the county.
20 years ago.
No, I don't think county. We have a-
It could have been longer than that. I mean, it's been a long time. Do you remember?
That's even before the subdivisions,
Yeah.
the land trade. Isn't it? That's before the land trade, isn't it?
Yeah, and then it kind of quits right there at that bottom of the hill. Where the last speed bump was. Were there speed bumps further around the lake? I never even. No, we were the test.
And then they took them out. They work great.
They did work great. So, I mean, I don't know what the ultimate thing is, but could find a better way to attach them. I think they were fantastic for us.
Yeah, I don't know, I guess, yeah, just, where they're rolling up and the liability and stuff, that's why they're gone.
Was concerned the way they were starting to move and twist and flip.
And where they're just, the kind that you just put in to get by, if you don't want nothing permanent, cause the snow plows would ruin them. So then you don't, I mean, that's just all they have on the market.
Yeah.
Paul said he talked to somebody and that's why I don't like second talking with what he said, so I don't, you guys have been talking to Paul too, right? Or somebody else.
This is, I'm thinking, well,
Probably,
I've been working on this for over a year.
What's that?
I
So
bet it was-
we go one at a time.
I know, I'm sorry.
It probably would have been a Molly who's been working on it, another.
Okay, I
family
think
member.
she.
Is she might be on
she's
here?
on, I think.
Molly,
Yeah,
Ellen,
she
yeah.
is. Do you want me to
So, but
send
they've been talking and I'm, we're kind of at a. I don't know what,
But the commission talked about getting the 2 speed sign trailers as well. And not saying
And I know-
totally disband the speed bumps, but yeah, something's gotta be happen to change how they're a liability.
So yeah, and the spikes and the speed bumps. They couldn't. Grab a hold.
well,
You know, the asphalt's too thin, that's why I asked who put it in there. So it's Forest Service Road, they put the asphalt in, and we're supposed to try to make speed bumps stick. No,
And I think they were kind of like, lag bolts, had a collar, and then it was a 6-inch bolt, so they drilled, put that. Expanding collar drilled into it, but Constable just kind of worked it out. And I don't know if there's a better pin solution. I mean, there's gotta, somebody in the fastener business must know something. I don't know, we got that whole pit hill up there pinned together, right, to keep the rocks sliding, something. Must be something out there, and we'll certainly look. And we'll
well, you have to have something that you can pull up and fall.
Get back
That's
out.
the thing, I mean, you can get longer and start getting down in and put them. They'll expand kind of like in concrete, we go down and they come out. Then when you start pulling that up, then, yeah, then we're gonna have a big mess too, then you can have a big soft spot over there across.
yeah, I mean, you get a backhoe blade under it and pop it, it's gonna take more with it, you think it,
This might be.
okay.
Commissioner's office.
Hi, it's 1:04. We've got people waiting for the meeting to start.
Hi, we're talking to people that are in here.
Who did I call?
You called the commissioner's
Commissioner.
office.
Oh, okay. Well, the mics are muted.
They're not muted.
Oh, yes, we are. Molly Allen is on and,
Well, I haven't seen her hand come up and just till now. We
well,
have to
her
know, listen,
vision is on there. She's got glasses on and a ponytail.
I can
And
see her
she's
now.
moving.
See, I'm not.
I know, and I've sent her how
had a
she
person
raises her
talk.
hand and how the process works, so.
Look at this.
And we also had internet issues 10 minutes ago, so. But again, I just reiterate, I think they've been great, we just need to try to find a better fastener system and appreciate it, so.
Well, thank you for your comments.
He's waiting.
I will call her when I'm ready. There is other public people in here. Quit telling me what to do.
I thought
I'm
this
sick
at
of it.
1
I'm muting
o'clock.
her. I'm done with
She's on the phone. I can't.
Yeah. you
Hang it
started to
up.
think.
I'm done with
Okay,
that.
Molly, I hope you heard that.
Well, I'm getting to her, but there's other public.
Yeah, it's
people
kind of,
in
it's
here.
interrupting the
I see.
public meeting.
Okay, well, are you gonna unmute the mic so we can hear?
They are unmuted.
Yeah, it's good, tell me. Hey, now what were you saying? Did you come up, please?
So we're not on mute, we're,
We're unmuted. I can see the mics.
And
Pulling the
plus,
sound in.
these people have been raising their hands and wanting to talk,
so just to explain, this isn't,
Molly's with us.
Molly is not the one on the agenda. Who's on the agenda is residents on Lake Shore Road at Georgetown.
That's Molly.
Yeah, Molly,
That's
one of them.
removal. And right now, we have people in the office that are making comments, and I'm sure we're able, everyone say, can you hear us, Molly? Okay, so this is what's going on, and I guess Molly, would you wanna raise your hand? If you can't, we will definitely get to you, so
Yes,
just for you to understand. No one's muted here deliberately, okay,
Hi,
sorry.
I'm Tasha Rich. No,
Yeah.
thank you. We're at 263 Lakeshore Road. Same as, she lives in Arizona. That's where she resides when she comes out here as well. So she just wanted to be able to hear what was happening. She went back and listened to the previous meetings just to be caught up on what, but again, they were great. I don't even, even know how to explain it, but it's
You're all right.
scary. For our kids, it's so scary up there because I know it's the best part of the road. When you come there for smooth and stuff, but they go so fast. That our pets have almost been hit, children have been hit, they almost hit, and it's, so we were before putting like. Slow, children to play signs and stuff, and then Molly was the one that said, we're not allowed to put those out anymore. We were told that we can't do that. I'm like, well, then somebody's gonna get killed. And I'll get in trouble for my, slow children at play sign to save their lives, so those worked really good. If we can figure out how to get them to stay. Cause I mean, when they were up, it was dangerous for cars, cause those little bolts were sticking out and that would definitely cause someone to crash or break their car, that is trouble too, but it's just upsetting to me that it angers people to slow down for a second, to not kill somebody. I'm like, they have that road right above us that's paved, now that they can go around the lake just the same if they have to go faster. So, sorry.
No, you're
I'm
fine.
not very good
No,
speaker.
well, you raised your hand and you were next in line. That's what
I
said.
appreciate
Yeah.
letting me talk. So yes, if we can continue to figure out how to make something like that work, we
And
would all really appreciate it.
I'm not trying to pass the buck or nothing, but I wish the road superintendent could have been here today, because he was checking in on some stuff. So,
On how to make them stick better, okay. That's all we're here for, but we're grateful.
Commissioner's office.
anyway, but no, we're not, we gotta do something. So,
It's just not worth it,
wish, I don't know what to say without.
but we're willing to help. Help purchase, purchase
I heard
things or
that.
whatever we can do to help.
I heard the sheriff's been up there and wrote me quite a few more tickets too.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
For
there's been
people
some,
speeding?
people that live up there have been getting.
Well,
That's what usually happens, I'm not.
Sure, you get so used to where you're going and you but
So they go the fastest coming down the hill?
you get down that hill and then we're just a straight.
Commissioner's office.
Yeah, that's a Paul.
There now.
So if we put one of those trailers
Just a second,
on that
Paul.
side, that should help. If
The
we
one
get-
that reads your
Yeah.
speedometer, anything. That catches them like, oh, this isn't, I need to slow down, get your attention. Because you're going all those windy roads, then you come down the hill and it's just a straight shot, so. It's probably just natural intuition, like, now I can really go, and it's smoother, it's not all dirt anymore and stuff, so they. But it's so dangerous.
That's what Paul was gonna check on, there's a couple of them, how much they would. So he's on there right now.
Hi, Paul, but like I said, we're all willing to help, like it's financially or whatever, to get something that can work permanently and not be a danger to the cars either, the drivers that are coming through, but just to get them to slow down. thanks.
Were you next? You got something?
No, I'm kind of just support. Janet Messer, I'm across the street from them. I agree, the speed bumps helped tremendously. We've almost lost the dog a couple times, yeah, you know, even when she's walking with us to go across to our garage. The sign, well, I think it's located now in Hall. That helped. You know, we've only seen it one time, right? Without in our beginning of the summer. That did. That X is the worst. There, you know, we yell at them and it doesn't matter. People, or some stop and, you know, young kids are bad. But yeah, like you said, anything, we want to get something done.
Okay.
I've got grandkids.
We'll find out what he's found out on that speed. I don't think they've gotten back to him or not. I'm not speaking for him.
So one thing I would like to make one comment is when discussing this last week. Was it the week before?
Last week.
Because of these speed bumps were liability and the spikes weren't down. Because of the liability part of it, we had to remove them. And then we discussed the road getting their own little speed signs where they could place some and move them in different areas. That's been discussed. I mean, we're not forgetting your problem, we realize your problem.
But it'd be the road department that would.
Yeah, the road
keep on
department is looking into getting their own little signs, because the other one is the sheriff's office sign, and he had it down in Drummond, they wanted it, but we discussed it with the sheriff, and he said that he would put it up there. He would discuss it with Drummond to see if he could move it up there and get it back up there until we could get, especially around good, like Labor Day.
Because I think he had two of them, and one, the Rock Creek residents down in Lower Rock Creek were involved in buying it.
Yeah, it's theirs, yeah. I appreciate this discussion today because, I mean, some of the emails got pretty negative there, that everyone's trying to pass the buck. No, we're trying to come up with some solutions here. They're not trying to push you off.
I know everybody gets frustrated, but we gotta work together. We gotta keep we don't want nobody ran over or hurt. That's what, you know.
We've offered our.
We still have to do it. We still have to do it the right way to make it for everybody.
Okay, we've got Molly.
Okay, go ahead, Molly. Go ahead, Molly.
Okay, sorry, I just was trying to get me unmuted. So yeah, I'm the one that asked for this subject to be on the agenda. I'm the one that reached out to try to get this finalized. I have been discussing this for over a year with you guys. Blaine and I have been going back and forth with emails for over a year. A lot of my questions, Blaine has asked me to reach out to Paul Alt. Throughout this whole year, Paul has not responded to one of my emails. So that's why I was frantically wanted to talk when you guys first started this, because someone had mentioned, oh, you guys have been in conversation with Paul Alt. Someone here has been in conversation with him. We have not been in conversation with him. He has not reached out to us via email. We cannot get a hold of him. The only time we've seen him is at the commissioner meeting last year when we came and he was present during that. So I've been relaying all of my information, all of my questions, all of my concerns for the whole community around Lakeshore that I have talked to hundreds of people about this speed, and we've been doing it for so long. So when the decision was made to get speed bumps and put them in, the agreement that was voted on and agreed to by you guys was that they would arrive 2 weeks before Memorial Day, which did not happen, and they would stay till 2 weeks after Labor Day, which also did not happen. I understand your guys' concern about the liability of the bolts coming up and all of that. What I don't understand is in the meeting that you guys had 2 weeks ago, I listened to that whole thing. Billy had sent me a link to it. I watched it numerous times to just try to understand what happened that day. During that meeting, Paul, when we had said, what's the discussion? We only have until 2 weeks after Labor Day. Paul states in that meeting, yep, I can't go out and fix them every day, but I can go like once a week and we'll go out there and get them figured out till after Labor Day. That was the discussion. And then you guys opened it up to public comment. And during that public comment, you had one gentleman, not the 100 of people that have requested and have pushed and have signed petitions and have asked for everything. You listened to one gentleman, one guy that is angry that those speed bumps are there, angry that they're there because that's the nicest part of the road, that he should be able to drive on that road without any obstruction. One guy stating the fact that he was upset. One guy. I have to keep saying that because it was just one guy at that meeting that changed everybody's mind at that meeting. And during it, if you go back and review it, which I would love for everybody to do it, because Blanche, you were on our side that day. You were on our side. You can tell in there saying you did not want to second that motion. You can clearly see it in the video. You were trying to help us find that solution to get it to be, what can we do? Paul said he was going to come and put him back in and fix him until the end of Labor Day. This guy comes in. That motion, the statement that you had made right after you said, okay, I second it. Oh boy, the Lakeshore residents are going to be very angry. Well, we are angry and we have requested this meeting. And now being here at this meeting, we're bringing all of those people that we have been talking for, all of our community, all of our kids and our neighbors and everybody. We're bringing the voice to all of them. Even the guy that came last week that said, hey, you're done with Lakeshore. When are we going to get ours? We're on a blind spot. We also want them. When are we going to get them? It's not just our side of the lake. It's the whole thing. And when you come and you're talking about speed reduction and fixing the speed and trying to get people to slow down, the best example is coming from Anaconda to the cabin. They have it 25. Then when it's still residential, it goes 35 for a really long time. And then it goes 45 for a really long time. And then when there's not very many cabins and no one around, they finally let you get to go 70 again. That's all we're asking. We're just asking to just regulate that speed limit around it. We want to see and put a motion in to find out, or get your speed study you guys have talked about in all of these meetings. We want a motion to get that done in a timely manner while it's still summer and there's still a lot of activity to get proper results for how the speed is. We want to put that motion in effect, or ask, or put however we have to word it, because we are clearly not in the government wording proper way to say things. So if we need help for that, apparently a year of begging is not enough. So whatever words or terms or things that I need to say, or things that we all need to say, I know everybody sitting in that room right there that spoke already will make a motion. Make a motion to get that speed study so we can say, hey, listen, it should be 15 here. It should be 25 here.
There's a comment here. Thank you.
Well, I think you really did misrepresent that meeting from when we had that. It was, you've acted like the commission's doing nothing, but there were speed bumps put in. The commission's trying to work with this. So to talk about the issue of the speed bump, I appreciate your concerns there, but that's not resolving the problem. The person, one of the main people that was in here worrying about the liability was the person that was on the fire department up there. So I wasn't just some wacko that was in here. The saying everyone's trying to pass the buck, that doesn't get this resolved. The commission wants to look at trying to.
I didn't say that in this meeting. I didn't say that.
I didn't finish her.
So let's talk about solutions versus talking about the past. I think the commission is trying to work with you. You're looking at the speed signs, trailers, looking at increased enforcement. If the commission could look at the speed bumps, maybe you could do that. But I'd say we move forward with the solution.
Okay, one comment I'd like to make too is that it wasn't just a disgruntled person that said there's a liability. Paul was stating that the screws would not adhere correctly because the packed ground couldn't hold them and that they were a liability. It was not just one person stating that it was a liability. There was a discussion that, okay, you're muted right now. I hope you know that. I mean, you can have your comment as soon as we're done. We're discussing it. I mean,
But we're not gonna let it get out of hand.
no,
I'm not
the
gonna
thing
put up
that
with
you need to understand is let us make our comments. You're there saying, okay, you watched and watched and watched, but it wasn't just the one person is what I'm telling you that made us decide that there was a liability with those speed bumps and therefore we chose to remove them. But then we also discussed trying other ways where we could keep that speed down, and it wasn't just making it so that we're just gonna take these away and heck with you guys. That's the attitude you're portraying that we're doing, and that's absolutely not so.
I agree. So anybody else, any comments? Come on up, please.
No, just want to say thank you again. Her son will stop getting her, she's way more angry and offensive about this and helping, but I don't want this to change the tone of all of us working together, all this to fix what we can do to fix it, and we are willing to help. So I appreciate your time. And we'll move forward, yeah?
Yeah.
There's nothing we can do about what is happening, we trying is the best, we appreciate that a lot. So if we can just see what else can be done to make them work, or speed signs or whatever, just I think any little thing is gonna help. I do have my, please go slow, children of play, orange guy on the side of our road. If I'm not in trouble, I'll move him if I'm in trouble, but I don't, yeah.
And Paul, have you heard anything on them trailers? I didn't think you did this morning yet.
No, I haven't yet, but, another thing on those speed bumps is, we can't hold them with 2 inches of asphalt. They're designed for the heavy asphalt like it's on a regular paved road. That's why they won't stay in there. And another thing, one of the people that said was they were on stage and trying to keep her a lawsuit was our sheriff.
Yeah, and I saw them move, they're dangerous. When they're in the ground, they work fantastic, but I think people going around the side of them too, or hitting them just on the side, and kind of give them a little turn this way, and some of those little things were coming out.
The worst thing that road is level. I mean, we're in a little area and we don't have like Missoula where they can put them in there right on just like that.
Yeah.
So this is all.
It's something we have to look into and see what we can do, and maybe just a blinking, those solar light signs or something would be a better option.
Said the sheriff's been up there more, he told us that, so.
Well, the commission.
Fence off. Good. First of all, the right of way is, people aren't out playing in the right of way. I mean, there is that option as well.
What's that mean?
Fence off your place, so not worry about kids and dogs coming out.
We're across the road from the water, so all day long, kids are, at the water, at the water, like, it's like this all day long, so.
Well, I have a comment on that. If the kids aren't old enough to walk for cars, how are they old enough to go to the water by themselves?
Oh, they're old enough, but when there's a car coming 60 miles down the road, around the corner. And our dogs.
And us.
Yeah. And that's when they just walk, with the husband and wife and their dog walking down the road, and they come down around that hill, and they're going. I mean, it feels like 100, I know they're not going 100, but they are going so fast that even if they come in and they had to stop, someone's hurt. Person in the road or them, because they would swerve to miss them.
Well, I think the commission voted to look into and purchase the speed trailers, right?
Yes.
Speed sign trailers, so that's gonna be,
Forward, right? We try to-
and that's
What about
one.
like down on Rock Creek where they bought their own speed trailer so they could have it there the whole time?
That's what. I
If they're
brought up.
saying that they,
That's the one I brought up, there was
Yeah.
2 of them, and they bought it through. I darn near think the Fish and Game stepped in because they hit them big ones. Down there in the lower rock, and that is part of how they got money given to them by like 2 or 3 different people, not saying that.
Slow down so they didn't hit the sheet.
Yeah, and it's a blanket light, you know, and they
I
seem.
think it said that like right off, like just right on the side of the road.
Mhm. Yeah, just like the one you see in Hall or up here, down here.
They had, yeah, because we had one for a couple days, didn't we?
Memorial Day,
Yeah.
I think.
The
Yeah.
Sheriff said he'd bring it back up there.
One, and they try to move on, some people don't get,
See more.
because once you leave them there for too long, they're no good.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's just like,
People are so used to it that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the sheriff did say he'd bring it up there here soon. That's
Well,
what
I
he said.
think that's what we need to do is just to move on, is just check and see what we can do and see what we can do. Like, I mean, it's not that we're ignoring it, I don't want being told.
I don't feel that way at all. I just, I think they've been talking about it, working on it. This is my first meeting, so I wasn't here a year ago talking about this, but
I
I'm
appreciate it.
definitely here for it. So we appreciate your time.
Okay, we have another person, Tom something,
Tom Kurilich,
that's it.
is it Kurilich? Oh, yeah, Tom Kurilich. That's our.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Tommy.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the time today. I just want to make a comment that I've been at the Georgetown Lake most of the summer. I was there prior to the speed limit trailer sign there. I was there during the speed bumps. I was there after the speed bumps were removed. And I have to say, the only time I noticed a reduction in speed is when the speed bumps were present. The speed limit trailer sign, okay, it might have helped a little, but people continued to speed down that road. They just knew how fast they were going. The only time we saw a change is while the speed bumps were present. I was there last week when they were removed, and that same day, people were elevating their speed and driving as fast as they could, trying to stay in control. So I'd like the commission to look at ways to, again, I know you're looking at this, but to install those speed bumps a better way. The bolt's got to be longer. We have to figure out a way to get those speed bumps to stay in place during the summertime. And I know there's a way to do it, and I think we can find out, but that's the only notice the only notice I saw is when the speed bumps were present.
Thank you. Any other comments on this?
So question on the speed bumps. The reason that the bolts and the screws were too long, is that correct? Or they kept popping up?
The
They
pictures
couldn't
they
adhere.
done, I never seen the pictures on it, that I never got them.
They're not in front of the hole.
In the ground.
Yeah, asphalt, that's why I asked who put that asphalt down there, 'cause it's about that thick, and the bolt won't hold in there. It's not enough, we gotta have thick.
Thicker asphalt
Yeah.
to bolt them in.
Like a foot deep or something, that you have actually something to hold it in place. It's sit here when they hit and it's rocking, it's just busting them out. I see what you're saying. I said, I did not see the pictures on it, that, because I did my.
But I mean, could you put a permanent footing in, just pour concrete with the pin built into them? I mean, you just have it level with it and then set it on there and bolt them in better with an established, cause I mean, if they go in thick asphalt, maybe a chunk, I mean, even try laying asphalt, but concrete would certainly.
I mean, dig it out and then put the concrete in.
Kind of like a header on the dock ramp.
Still, it's not our road, it's Forest Service road.
Well, let's go.
That's another. But no, I appreciate your comments. We're not gonna forget you.
That's why I go for the trailers and try it again, get that one up from Drummond for Labor Day, from now till after Labor Day. Coming down that hill.
At least there's something there for now,
Something.
until we can figure out a.
So we can figure out speed bumps.
And we'll be there to judge how it goes.
And we're willing to help wherever we can. We're real.
Plus, they'll be up there patrolling more too.
Yeah. That's good. And if they're pulling over people that live up there, great. They should.
Yeah, we had a gentleman in here say he got passed on the wrong side going, and they were delivering a package to his house.
Oh, yeah, FedEx.
Maybe everyone's got ticketed every time. They could make enough money.
So, well, we'll move on, and then, like I said, we're not ignoring this.
I know you're here to help and we appreciate you so much.
We'll just move on and Paul get
Okay,
back if
thank
we
you.
hear something on the speed signs.
Guys, have a nice afternoon. Again,
Sure,
thank you
thanks.
for your time.
You bet. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Only gotta leave money at the candy
Yeah,
store. Thank
yeah.
you.
So if
Don't
you
forget the brewery.
engineer the concrete and then talk to the Forest Service and say, we want concrete there so that we can keep our speed bumps attached.
Talk to them too. It's
Because they're
their road.
speeding on your road, the Forest Service. road.
It's their road. Talk to them too. Serious. Speed on
First,
their door.
absolutely.
If there's something that
Yeah.
Cause this, it's such a weird area there.
That's
There's
it.
no speed limit out there established. We can't really do anything with the road.
Yeah.
That
Well,
road,
it's 25, it's 25, and they're gonna get signs up, they're 25. And, yeah,
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate we are on that straightaway, right? Coming around
Yeah.
all the windies and you finally hit a straightaway, so they just like, now I can go. But,
Well, thank you.
all right, thank you very much, everyone. We appreciate it.
So the 25 speed limit signs, are we still waiting for those to
Yeah.
come in or?
I think so.
Oh, you're still on.
Yeah.
We'll be putting them off the second we get them.
we
Okay,
got the same forest rangers last year.
Well, Sarah Rouse is the interim.
Yeah. she's
Yeah.
in-
There's another, yeah.
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 Cameron's gone on some fire and then.
Yes, and
Oh, okay.
Sarah Rouse is
Sarah
the one to talk.
Okay.
She's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
We'll see.
All right, thanks.
I can pour a footing.
thank you.
No.
Alrighty. Well, we're gonna move on. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, we'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
So we'll go into the USGS joint funding agreement. Discussion decision. This is where we split it with them, or we could,
Yeah, we can one again. We pay 4,000.
Granite County's 4,000, USCS is 2841. I'd entertain a motion on this.
I'll move to accept the agreement.
I'll second it.
Public comment,
I'd let Sarah know, yeah, or the budget, yeah, get your budget.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. This one's gonna pass. Okay, so we're moving right ahead into updated pandemic information. Who's doing that?
influenza plan. So Jackie sent this over. Blaine had kind of said this should probably go through the Board of Health. She does need it by the beginning of September, though. We don't have a Board of Health meeting until October, so I don't know if you guys wanted to go through here, if you wanted to call a special meeting. The only things updated in the plan, I believe, are her information and Granite County Medical Center CEO information.
So, anybody wanna move forward with that?
Well, I think generally this would be for Board of Health, but is she saying she needs it?
Yeah, she needs it by September.
You could do a special Board of Health meeting. No.
It was,
Yeah,
yeah,
So she needed it when yesterday?
no, in September, she needs it.
At the end of September?
Hold on, let me read my. End of September, she needs it.
So let's try to get them on the agenda like in the Tuesday morning, we can just have.
Do a quick Board of Health
Yeah,
in there, okay.
I guess reach out
When
to a
was the
few of
next-
them and see who, or whenever, or let's just put it on for a certain time, and go from there,
yeah.
We can do that.
okay? Alrighty. And then what's this, update from the National Provider Identifier for Granite County, NPI?
Do you know more about that than I do? I don't know a lot about that.
So this is, my understanding, it's a number that, the health department the county has, the health department uses for, I think I believe for insurance reimbursement purposes, and so. It's required to be updated, is my understanding.
I think
This is
Jackie
right
might be
here,
on.
We have behind us here.
Yes, I think Jackie might be on too. I think she's Granite Health. Can find out.
Granite Health, go ahead. That's him.
Good afternoon. So yes, the MPI was under Leanne Holmes's name was on there as our correspondence person. And so we just want to, would like to take her off and put Blanche on there as she is our Board of Health chairman.
Okay.
Are you good with that?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
And
then
I don't think it equates to, still the legwork's done by, public health.
So we need to fill this all out, or is this just a?
It just needs to be filled out on the bottom. I have everything else is completed on there. And it's just she would be the contact person or the I don't have it in front of me. She would just, she's like in the organizational part of it.
She just be in section 5, the contact person.
Yeah, I believe, without looking at it. And going back, if we may, for the influenza plan, I'm gonna be gone for like 10 days in September. So I'm just trying to get all these things in order because I have to, in the FEP position, those all have to be submitted and completed by the end of September.
Okay. That's review contact information on information, right?
Yeah, the only thing that was changed on there was Jen Robinson's name was removed and mine was added. And then there was just a few less RNs and a couple more LPNs in the employee status of GCMC. Otherwise, nothing else was changed on the plan.
Hey, on this, Jackie, we don't sign nothing on this until we have that meeting, right? Because the law enforcement, health nurse, board of health.
Are you talking about the influenza plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be for the Board of Health meeting.
Okay. Well, we'll set that up sooner the better so we can get it in right away.
Yeah, because
What part of September?
I am leaving on the 8th and probably won't be back until like the 20th. I guess I could do it Zoom if you guys had questions, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
First Tuesday,
Yeah.
First Tuesday is the 5th of September.
So, okay. We'd have to have a special Board of Health meeting, is that right?
Yeah. It's September 5th
And
word?
then that doesn't necessarily mean that Jackie has to be present. but-
No.
No.
But it probably gives enough time,
Yeah.
September 5th, for everyone to get organized and that everyone can appear by Zoom, or if Jackie wasn't able to appear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I will still be here on the 5th.
Okay.
Let's just try it the 5th then, as long as you're gonna be here, then it'll make it work better.
Right, because it just has to be submitted into the state with the, before, completed.
Okay. Jackie, this is just a formality that we have to change some stuff. But it needs to be a Board of Health matter on an agenda.
Yeah, you have a quorum of the Board of Health here, but I would still, I wouldn't, they need to sign it, and they should, see what it is. I think it's, historically, that would be a Board of Health issue.
Sounds good. 5th, 9 o'clock.
Copy that.
It seems like Kira and all of them can get on easier then.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you, Jackie, appreciate it.
We have a comment from Elena.
Go ahead, Elena.
Did it go?
As far as what I'm seeing online, is this the pandemic influenza COVID-19 plan that's
Yeah.
being updated? Well, I
Yeah.
noticed that most of the pages on the bottom, it says Granite County Public Health Department, updated October 26th, 2022 created 11/26/2013. And when I go to the CDC updated plan, which was adopted by, or on the 23rd, no wait, June, a couple of days ago, June 27th, 2023, it was adopted. There is no reference to COVID-19 or pandemic on it at all. And this is the update, influenza flu, as of the CDC, but there is other information that I think is very important that pertains to people who may have a allergy. So I'd like clarification on that.
Your clarification is what? That COVID-19 shouldn't be on this plan?
Right, if it's an updated plan, it should be coincidental with the CDC flu vaccination recommendations, which was just updated. And the only thing up that you're keeping, it looks like this whole thing is going to be the same, and it hasn't been updated actually since 2022. 2022. So I think there's more that has to be updated on this if it's going to comply with the CDC plan.
Yeah, look.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're gonna move on to Stacy Lightton with an update from the court appointed special advocates. Is she calling in? Am I a little early?
I think she was coming in. She didn't ask me for a Zoom link or anything. And I think she wanted to just kind of do a program update. I think they've gotten some donations.
So Costa's over the local guardian ad litem program. And it's when they're asked for the donation, because for our dependent neglect cases, CPS cases, they actually work with the guardian ad litem to get them trained up and so forth. So yeah, we're donating that money. You guys approved it. So she just wanted to give a presentation on everything they're doing.
Okay, well, we'll wait. That she's gonna leave.
So you think it's big enough for a donation? Is this?
No, you guys have already approved it, the $1,200 one.
Oh.
To Costa through my through the county attorney's office. So she's not asking, I don't think she's asked for more, just wanted to give you a presentation.
She's not getting.
You're broke.
Right, we're gonna go off for a little bit.
Right.
Billy, any comments?
So, hi,
Nice to meet you.
The Anaconda Family Resource Center, we provide services in Granite, Powell, Anaconda, and Deer Lodge County. A lot of it is parenting for families that have had the children removed.
Can you give your name again? Because we're now on Zoom.
Oh, Craig Sweet, and Executive Director, Anaconda Family Resource Center. And we also operate the CASA program. And I think we have a couple of children over. Well, no, I think we have one family now out of Granite that we're working with.
Yeah.
CASA's working with.
2 kids.
Yeah, and a few in Powell. We have about 31 children right now.
Do you mind explaining CASA program to the commission?
Sure, it's court appointed special advocate. And when children are removed from the family, a guardian ad litem volunteer that's been trained is appointed to if there's 2 children, there's 2 guardian ad litems. They're appointed to be the voice of children in the court, because it's going to be a long process, a lot of court sessions, a lot of usually they're just going to make sure everything's going good. But a guardian ad litem through our CASA program, will spend anywhere from 5 to 20 hours a month volunteering. They collect information about the child, they meet with the child. They might meet with school teachers during the school season to see how attendance is going, how their grades are going. When they meet with the child, they kind of want to see what their needs are, how everything is working for them. They might have some questions, they might have, some needs. Maybe they're not getting proper medical care from the foster family, things like that. So our guardian ad litem's work with these children. They file a report every month with the court, and they show up in the court when there's a hearing regarding the family and the children. And usually it's about a custody, temporary custody. It could be some termination, guardianship, adoption, something like that might be coming up. Right now we have a shortage of guardian ad litems. We have 31 children, and that'll vary surprisingly through the year. And we probably have 9 guardian ad litems right now. We'd like to get closer to 15, so each guardian ad litem might only have 2 children they have to work with. So we're making a big push to do that. We operate there's only 2 counties in the state that don't have a CASA program, Silver Bow and Bighorn. And we've been asked to move into Silver Bow, where that's going to be one of those deals where we tread lightly. So it's about a lot of education up front about what CASA is, because we can stop anybody on the streets and 9 out of 10 won't have a clue what it is in the work we do. So, we're pushing a big, we use a software system. Everyone uses it called Optima. And everyone pretty much in the nation does it. So all those reports, all the information goes into Optima, and we don't have to have files like this. We had at least 10 years of files that we, recently were able to shred and get rid of, but we've been putting all the data goes into this Optima software, which is great. It's very intuitive. We could train you, and just as soon as training's done, you'd probably have it figured out before training's done. It's very intuitive, and it cuts down on a lot of the work. And that's what we were requesting. We sent out a letter requesting some help in paying for Optima. It costs us quite a bit every month. And
like how much?
Want to say it is 200 a month, 195, I think a month.
And we paid 1,200, right?
Yeah.
So now you want 200 a month?
I think it's 200 a month is what we're paying. I said, I don't see the bills. I let somebody else deal with it. That wouldn't be foot by Granite County. That's right. You think so?
I think that's what he said. I don't know what I'm lost. I just got to the point. It's always about money.
It is.
It's like we're just quit the bullshit and get to how much you want.
They went and gave us, the state, CASA gave us $5,000 to implement the Optima, get all the data that we had switched over into this Optima program. I have my CASA director. We get 23,000 from the Supreme Court to run this program, and she's easily working 40 hours.
More money?
I'm going out there trying to get enough to bring her up to full time. We need her full time, and 23,000 isn't going to cut it. That's her salary, comes out of that. Her rent, telephone, and internet comes out of that. Her travel, her training comes out of that $23,000 budget. Not to mention paying for this Optima every month. Where do we take that 1,200 from that we gave?
I'm not sure if you got that from Belt or not.
No.
You didn't use Belt.
We sent out maybe close to 40 letters requesting money from lawyers mostly, because they're the ones who work with the kids
Yeah.
and benefit from the system.
Yeah, that's when they approved.
Yeah, and just, you guys are the only ones who responded.
Wow.
Not a single one in
That's why you're back here trying to get more.
Oh, I'm not coming back to get more, no, not at all. I'm coming by to
No.
say thank you and give you a.
All right. so-
Thank you.
All right, yeah.
Cause we were
But they still
told,
want more.
we were told to put some in the budget.
Yeah.
1200.
1,200.
I sat on the Missoula City Council for a term. And budget time was, when we first started out, every department would come in and give their dog and pony show sales pitch. And I was like, Jesus, this is crazy. So we'd keep a little track of everything. Police wanted a new cruiser. So-and-so wanted this, so-and-so, what each department. After I was on the council for a year, we implemented a whole new way of doing budget. All that work was done before it even came to the city council. They hammered it out. If police wanted a new cruiser one year, but the fire department needed something or the street department needed something, they would hash it out. And then come to us and say, we've worked it out. We agreed, we'll give up the new cruiser so the fire department can get X, Y, and Z, or street department can get more snowplows. And we let them work that out rather than leaving it up to us. Because we'd be there until 2 a.m. doing budgets, which is
Good way to do it.
insane.
So how many counties?
We serve 3 counties right now. Deer Lodge, Granite, and Powell, and we recently went through a name change to CASA of Southwest Montana. So we can start serving, hopefully, Silver Bow.
So have you visited with Deer Lodge and Powell County on this? Did you bring them their thank you card?
We sent
They
out.
haven't gotten back to you.
We
yet.
no, and
No, we're the only ones that got replied back. That's easier. I mean, Powell County and Deer Lodge County, didn't give you $1,200.
nope, we got absolutely nothing. And we've approached Deer Lodge County a few times. We've suggested maybe treating it like they do the senior center, where they give them X amount of $500,000 or $250,000 every year. We're doing that. We're giving them that money.
That's tough because they're probably using your services there a lot, I'm assuming.
We're at the courthouse quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And, we work with Dan Blando, who, juvenile detention. He sends us juveniles who need stress and anger management. And so we work with them. We do, that is essentially a free service.
Mainly this is, I didn't even butt in, but my squirrel's taking off. Mainly this is, do you want $200 a month to give to this lawyer lady or whatever? That, so you can kind of get her going forward to becoming a full-time job.
Oh, but he said he's not asking for any more
No,
money than the 1,200.
Okay, so you'd be asking $2,400.
No.
See, I misunderstood.
Just the what he's already paid. The county, the county's approved it. I don't think the checks.
Well, $200 a month comes to $2,400.
No, well, that's, we're paying the whole amount right now out of that 23,000 we get from the
Right.
state court. And what a lot of the CASAs have been doing around the state is they just send out a fundraising letter, typically to lawyers, and say, this program benefits you because we can, when we have a CASA or we have a foster child before the court, we've got reports and information, and we use the software to track it all. And the idea originated with the previous CASA director. She said, if we could just get, $100 a month, we get 200 a month, that'll pay for this software, and it won't have to come out of the $23,000 budget. I mean, if it's gonna cost us $12,000 a month, that's like what, 5% of our $23,000 budget, I think, if I'm doing the math right, just to not have file cabinets full of files. It's all electronically stored. So, and it's way more efficient. We really thought the lawyers would go, yeah, it's $100, you know, I'm billing people out.
Can you
at
charge
200.
them ever got money out of a lawyer? Can
Well, no, you know, it's-
you charge them a fee to get your information?
I don't think we can charge them a fee for the information. I think legally, there are certain people that have access to that information. It's confidential. But if they're on a particular case, they can ask for their medical information. They can ask for anything about the child's mental health. Any of our reports that we do every month, they can ask for it
Free of charge.
free of charge.
Yeah.
Or I don't think the court's charged. You got, the court
Yeah,
doesn't
the
charge.
court doesn't charge them, so, yeah, so you're thanking them for their donation that they're.
1,200.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I came here.
No.
But it's always nice to meet you guys.
Yeah,
No more, just saying thank you and give you a program update.
how about
Just wanted to
that?
say thank you.
Yeah. Well, and thank you for running the cost of the program, because, yeah,
Yeah.
it does a lot of good.
Yes, and I've applied for this grant. Hopefully we get it. It's from the Dennis and Phyllis Washington Foundation, which will allow us to work more closely with children in foster care to prepare them for transitioning out of foster care, because once they leave, all the money, the housing, the only thing that stays with them is they get medical until they're age 26 under the Medicaid program. But they lose everything, and a lot of them have no housing when they age out. Sometime between 18 and 21 years old, they'll age out, and there's no obligation other than their medical. So we're trying to work with these kids when they're younger, 3rd grade, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, prepare them to give them hope that they can begin to look ahead and go, yeah, I can go to the job service and or Job Corps and learn a good skill and get a job. Or I never thought I could go to college. I can go to Dawson. Dawson Community College has a program called Dawson's Promise.
Then you don't have to pay back this money again.
But Dawson Community College has a program that the minute the kid graduates, the very next day, they're picking them up, they bring them to campus, they give them housing, food, and they enroll them in class. It doesn't cost them a cent for foster kids. If they want to go to college and get a 2-year degree, Dawson picks up the tab for everything. And for a kid coming out of foster care, wondering, where am I going to live? I don't like these foster parents. They don't like me. They're not gonna give me more money. They're gonna throw me out. And the same, you know, how am I don't have a house. Where will I live? Well, I don't have a job. But they can go to Dawson, and they're.
Shoot, my kids are 18, they're wanting to get out.
Right, yeah, and sure.
Well, even if they, you know, we can help them even get up here to the Job Corps. They're talking about taking that Dawson Promise and doing the same thing at Montana State.
Oh,
that's
That
cool.
they'll cover
Oh.
4 years of college for a foster kid, which is a tremendous deal.
Wow.
If kid gets out of foster care, it's like something like 70% of them, you know, end up pretty much homeless. They end up committing suicide. They have a much higher suicide rate. It's really, really sad. You know, everybody knows foster child. They're getting good foster care. They get great foster parents. Sometimes foster parents are worse than the parent they left, worse than the family they left. So
I have empathy for this.
Oh, you what?
Empathy.
She can put herself in those shoes. and
Okay, I'm gonna
understand.
tell you something, and it doesn't matter if it's public knowledge. I was raised in the Children's Center in Twin Bridges.
Oh, no kidding.
Till I graduated from high school. So, and then they put me into school in Great Falls in the commercial college, the state did.
Yeah, commercial.
So, and then that institution closed down in 1975. So now you can date me, but
We know it.
where I'm going with this is you guys don't realize just what happens when you walk out of some place that's been taking care of you.
Yeah,
And I was institutionalized pretty much from the time I was 7 years old, okay? So I feel that this is a great
Yeah.
program, and I think that if there's any way that we can help them, where we're able to give the $1,200, it's for our kids
Yes.
that are in foster care. That in Granite County
Absolutely,
that
yeah.
we need to.
We'll be over here a whole lot.
on board.
Okay.
We totally appreciate
I
it.
just don't understand
Yeah.
all that, you know.
We're gonna be over here more often, a lot more. Because one, I think when we involve people and recruit people to be advocates, volunteers to be a CASA guardian ad litem, they tell their friends, and because it's a great experience. And I think that'll,
no, Jenny Pugh was one, but yeah, she's passed away, but we've had guardians here.
yeah.
Oh. Oh, yeah, well,
Just saying.
oh,
It's
it's,
a good program.
yeah.
They appreciate it.
I can understand why there's not more. Why you can't go to the other counties and say, hey, fork over the money.
You're getting a big benefit. I'm sure Anaconda Deer Lodge uses a lot of guardian ad litem.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, I can't speak for the other counties. I think I'm a little surprised that out of Powell County, you know, and part of it may be we need to just be over there educating and being out and about.
Yeah, tell
Because,
them what you're doing there, because yeah, they're getting
A lot of
benefit.
people don't know what CASA is.
I appreciate you coming in.
We appreciate you helping us out.
Thank you.
You know.
Sorry to be such a smart ass.
No, that's fine. I've been there myself. Quite a bit, in fact. You know.
You got empathy for you now.
Well, we had a family engagement meeting yesterday, and there's somebody who arbitrates it, and then there's a CPS worker. And typically, you know, there's usually a lawyer for the kid and a guardian ad litem for the child. And me, or not me, but my family development specialist. And this case is just one of those, it's a woman, a young girl. She had her kid when she was 14. So her kid, her baby is like almost 3 now, is the one in foster care. But it's the mom who really ought to be in foster care.
Yeah.
She's 17 years old. She's taking zero responsibility, you know, and it was excuse after excuse, you know. Well, she needs to go get a driver's license, and she can't get that unless she has a birth certificate, and she can't get a job without a social security card. I was like, we've been hearing it for 6 months. Why hasn't this been resolved? When I was her age, I rode my bike down and got myself a social security card, and I got my driver's license. You know, I didn't have anybody hold my hand and take me there. And this, you know, she just kept, everybody's enabling her. Oh,
Riding a bicycle to work, why she need a driver's license?
Well, I
Work around and
I was
get asked to
a
work.
big smart ass yesterday to these guys.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Needs to be held accountable.
I just was like, you know, why are we spending out? Give her back her kid. Just give her a kid back. She'll figure it out real fast that she needs a job and she needs a car.
You're good, let's go.
Because that kid will starve if she doesn't have it, right? She can't just keep thinking life is a bowl of cherries and a bonfire and some beer in the evening with her buddies up in the woods. I appreciate it. man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for
I wish Stacy could come over.
Yeah,
She
we'll
could
tell her
speak
hello.
way better about the program than me.
Well, you did a good job. Tell her hello. Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like, I know something about it, but not enough. And thank you,
Yeah.
folks. Thank you. Nice to meet you all.
Yeah, that's me.
Anytime you're in Anaconda, come on by. I know it's a lot of fun going over there.
Hey, that's the go-to place I saw on a website thing, Anaconda.
Back to the future.
It's go-to place.
Well, yeah, it seems like it's got a lot of new Murdochs and,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, a lot going on.
Oh, the Murdochs,
Forge.
yeah, the Forge.
Yeah.
Yep, that's where the teenagers go to meet men for sex.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah, that's a
I thought it was a
interesting.
nice spot, no?
Yeah, you're glad you don't have that case. Believe me,
Yeah.
but thank you very
Yeah.
much and
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice.
Thank
yeah.
you.
appreciate it.
Okay, we're gonna move on.
I hear what I thought I heard.
Then we're moving on.
Yeah.
They go to the forge for the honey.
Yeah, you heard that.
For what?
Underage kids.
Yeah, I heard, that's why I was waiting for
Our
you. to
meeting
go.
grown.
I thought it was more, like a little bit.
I did too.
Yeah, I thought it was nicer, but yeah.
Look, I'm walking back in.
Did you forget something?
Did I forget something?
Oh, I thought maybe you had a briefcase or something.
No, I thought maybe you were gonna go, oh, and here's your donation.
We'll be sent, yeah. We'll mail it to you.
Did you bring back any money? No, I just.
We'll get it, yeah.
I figured Blaine would spend it well.
We'll get it mailed. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, thanks. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
we all have to have a part in it.
Yeah. So,
You
in this
signed it.
instance, we have to move on, right? But
Oh, yeah.
we can think about this,
Yeah, what
Well, you've already
so we've already,
approved, I mean, they haven't final approved the budgets, but yeah, you preliminary.
and
approved
that,
it.
we haven't given it to them yet,
No.
Oh,
wait,
okay.
yeah.
So why is he bringing us a thank you card there?
Well,
because we said we would give
Yeah.
it to them, and so. they're
on your
ready.
promise. You know, you can always break your promise.
Okay. All right, we're moving on. We're into potential fire restrictions. What's the state saying, DNRC?
I haven't heard. What
No
do you
one
think?
sent me an update.
I don't know.
Jackie
who
might
it's-
know.
Who?
Jackie might have gotten an update though.
Okay, cause I thought that
Oh, she's not on.
O'Connor said something about down that way, and I don't wanna say much.
One thing, the Georgetown Lake guy from the fire department up there encouraged the county to have county-wide restrictions if you do them instead of just.
Well, I think we have to, we tried doing
Yeah.
that where there was just, and then the sheriff got involved and there was places they were giving
Confusion.
tickets and couldn't, and
Yeah.
if we're gonna do it, we just need to do the whole county. If it goes to, I don't know what restrictions it's
Do
in.
we need two?
I think we better right now just to cover, cause then it covers our butts on that, we're following suit with. You know, with the state, I think it's a good deal.
Is there rain forecasted
I'll
though?
go along with it, state one.
I know there's certain places that's better than the other, but if we don't, then if something happens, then you know, they can come back. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know what
supposed
they can
to
do, but they, yeah,
stay on.
I think we should go with whatever the state recommends.
When I did,
And
they
I
haven't
don't think
sent
it's
us
that
anything.
bad of one right now, it's not like it's like usually they. You know, come down hard, like no going in the woods, and it's not to that point. Moisture's supposed to come by the weekend, but it's supposed to be another 100 tomorrow and next day, so my personal opinion, I'd go with what they're recommending, just from the years past.
So what's that?
I think, I'm not sure, I thought they said one, it's not as bad as you know, just no campfires, no open burning, pretty much, they can still camp, but yeah.
Which makes sense. But it's not like we don't need.
You're talking about,
Along.
Yeah, since it's so hot, I mean, I'll go along with it. Stage one. Talk
I
about
think
it
it
next
is,
weekend.
did you get hold of Jackie?
I just texted her.
Cause she was talking to Fred, not Fred, but
Sean.
Let's have it on every week, so.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just put that on every week, but let's go with what
How's
they're
it
recommending
No,
this
that's
week,
fine.
just so we're. Go for there,
Okay.
and then if we need to change it by next week, then we can, cause it. I'll make the motion that we just put it on for week by week and what they got.
Okay.
Second,
Second.
public comment,
but what if they haven't advised that or
they
DNRC, they
it's
have?
been out, it's been on the
Okay,
radio and stuff, but I'm not quite sure what they were.
Want me to go get draft up, I've got a model fire.
I think that,
State
is that
one.
Jackie this on?
No.
Granite County, the.
That's
elected
us.
one? Cause she's been talking to him.
Yeah, I haven't heard back yet.
I think I'll be so, hey, why are you such a smart ass like that?
Huh?
Why are you being such a smart ass?
Why were you being?
Yeah,
I was being.
I was, Chip, can I tell you, he's not asking for more.
Well, so now you know more about me, right?
Well,
Like you wanna know that? I just
I guess
can't,
when I heard the $200 a month, what I heard, and then that's why I thought they were coming in with more.
I thought so too. I was trying to find a way to give it to him. No,
Actually, I tell you, he wasn't, but he was more trying to explain versus why, cause I don't know that he fully knew that we had committed either.
yeah, I was going, okay, $2,400, we're gonna take $2,400 to give it to him, but we've already given him.
1,200, yeah, or preliminary approval of 1,200.
Did you guys just motion to review the fire restrictions every week, or did you actually vote to a specific fire
I
restriction?
think I was
Stage-
trying to find out. what
stage
they
one.
got set on.
Okay,
What's happening, Miss Becky? What are you doing here?
What's happening?
Oh, you're here to tell them.
We're on,
No, I'm supposed to
11,
be in
if
here
the
at
budget one is
2:30.
10. It'd be 11
Well, I can't
Yes,
quite.
I am.
for
I can't get a hold of
resolutions.
it, but let's just,
If, one today was 9,
10.
Next
10 today.
I know nothing.
the one's 9.
Okay, so the budget one is 10, this one will be,
Jack.
we're gonna-
Probably DNRC, no good luck, so there. I think.
even though it's not out yet.
I guess,
Yeah, that's
I recommend that we go with what they're complying.
Okay.
Just for.
So I mean, wrapped up the resolution on
Well, nobody
saving
will
one.
answer, so I'm not quite sure what they're at. I tried calling Jackie and,
Let's see.
DNRC won't answer either.
She must be in the middle of something.
See, that blue light keeps coming on up there.
I know, I don't know if it has to do with our internet. I don't know, I got nothing.
All at 23.
Save
Just
the
trying to find
money-
a price.
save the money on the thank you card and put it towards the business.
This is a very nice thank you card. Very pretty.
Take that home.
No, it's a thank you for us all.
No,
We got a thank you because we've donated to the CASA,
not yet.
not yet, but we said we would.
Anyway, well, we're gonna move on to the close. Oh, no. the
you have
appointment
one
of
more.
Billy Ann Crosby to Granite County Board of Adjustment.
I have my application here. Is what has happened is we have a hearing for the Board of Adjustments and we need another person. So Linda.
I didn't hear what you said.
There's a variance that needs to be heard by the Board of Adjustments, and the hearing is set for next week, and one of our members on the Board of Adjustments, we've not been able to reach, so Linda asked if I would step
You would
up.
volunteer.
Yeah, and I said, okay.
Well, you're a sweet thing.
Yeah.
I think that's good. How about you?
I'll make a motion, we go ahead with Billy Ann Crosby on the Granite County Board of Adjustments.
Okay. So is this a permanent Board of Adjustments or just a temporary thing?
I told her I would be her alternate when people can't show up.
Okay, when she can't show up.
So,
Okay.
but put that in motion, that's an alternate
Alternate.
for 1 year.
I think I think they're 2-year
2
terms.
years.
I'll second.
Public comment, please none, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, Miss.
All right.
So do we vote on having the fireworks?
I can kind of wait until maybe Jackie will call back with today, if not, we'll just have to table it for next week, it might be different by then. I was kind of hoping we can get a hold of somebody.
Maybe we'll hear back before the end of the day.
The Beaver had knocked down and Dillon, they'll give you a whole different. Just wait, yeah, so. Kind of like keep it local with it and the common groups. And that's what she's been talking to, so.
Do you want me to go off for your next one?
Yeah.
Okay,
Next one's a
into closed
personal.
session.
All right, we're back on, we're into the resolution 2023-9, resolution increasing the certain county fiscal year 2022-23 budgetary funds due to unexpected expenditure, second readings all.
I make a motion that we approve resolution 2023-9.
I second it.
Public comment. Means none, all in favor? Aye, motion carried and passed. All right, so we'll go right ahead into Sarah with clerk, county clerk and recorder with budget work session.
Go grab this one. It's a little early.
Yeah. he's going down the table. I was gonna talk before you left.
Yeah, well, that's it. I didn't have any idea what the was, so. My bad, but it was. I guess people need to understand we're not trying to shut it down.
It's not a shut down, it's just that we don't have nobody to take the responsibility and then who's watching what they're doing, how they're doing it. I mean, it's putting us, they're taking people places and it's happening. That's the whole thing. It's not so much, it's just when.
Oh, they patched the hole.
Did?
Yeah. I don't know. Not really.
Not a county job.
Find out, I think we need.
They did it.
Kind of.
They checked a box.
There won't be another round. Probably the hospital. There are going to be anyway, but there are.
I feel like we haven't had a meeting.
Yeah, I don't know.
She called me.
I heard
and
back
I
from you.
my wife. Yeah, I just had money. Then why do you say $200 a month? That's 2,400. If we gave 12, and then he's saying that they need $200 more than that a month to help with that lady to make it full time.
That's what it sounded like to me.
He said that. That's why I'm like, did he catch that?
But they wanted 200.
A month.
He needs, they're gonna need $200 a month, and I think from each county is what I thought. And we're the only county that's given him any money. So.
It was kind of jumped all over, and then when he said, well, they're trying to make that lady's job a full-time position, so any money that they, more money they can get, and that's why I thought when he said the $200 a month is more to go to her.
Yeah, and that's when I said that's $2,400.
Yeah, that's what I was like,
I think as the executive director, I don't think he was planning to come over here and talk about the program. I think his mind was all admin.
Mine is,
His, both of them. You were like, how much money do you want?
Hey, what did DNRC say on the fire?
There we go.
So. I had, when I was doing all the calculations, I did it with
Are they like at
28
one
packs,
or
but
something?
it's 21 8-packs, everything's. I was able to get everything at the 20%.
Oh, cool. Yeah, 20 is good.
Yeah, so. It was,
Yeah. Okay, so. The Area 5 thing.
I pulled just a few out.
Okay, what is gonna be, it's gonna be on the agenda next week, but we
Yeah.
still.
Do you wanna look at?
I think we're budgeting for Area 5, just to what we have. And then you anticipated, but just keep that.
So, yeah, the problem is the only cash we have is 8,200. Are we getting some of the grant money in or no?
Yeah, well, we don't have a contract yet. 'Cause they're
Okay.
waiting to see what
So
we're
the-
gonna do with it.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And we're not going to give up the contract because we're gonna find a way to use
Yeah.
it. And so what we're thinking, instead of hiring, I mean, if a person has to have the correct qualifications, and it's gotta go through some kind of medical director type thing. And so I guess the hospital is kind of interested in possibly doing it. So we'd still budget for it, but then maybe we'd do.
So are we
Go
budgeting
transfer.
just for the help or budgeting for helping out with the director? Or, so what I did was, after you had spoken with me earlier, is I put together a couple of the other, for a manager. At
Yeah.
1860.
So we can
did
kind of
you-
sit on that and look at that after we visit
Okay.
with Area 5, with if we get somebody up here, get that Brian up here next.
Yeah, I'll try to
Yeah.
coordinate with him.
Because it's really important.
Mhm.
So what I had her do is pull up the Area 5 and figure out, because she's got 8,200, but we gotta sign the contract to get more. And so we're definitely willing to sign the contract for more, but we need.
Right, so all I have right now for the budget is like if we had 3 people working, quarter time. And that's just what's in here, and this is just strictly the wages, I haven't added anything in for supplies or mileage or anything. Right, so, so I haven't really, I mean, that's just what, but I also have, some numbers here, if you wanna look at, if you had a manager, and if they were half-time, or if they were 3/4 time, or whatever, and what the numbers look like there. But like I said, I don't have anything added in for supplies or any of that.
Okay, and so what,
It's
this was what I asked her to do, just in case, to look. But give me that look. Just to see, but now things are different, and we're gonna, what's happening is supposedly. The hospital is interested.
Wait for the day. When we eat lunch.
Yeah, and so what we'd do is use the funds, we'd sign a contract and use the funds. And give them to the hospital, and they would maybe run the whole program.
Oh, okay. So then we would just have like a professional surgeon, and
Yes.
it would just flow right
We've
through.
been in and out, right?
Flow right through, okay.
I'm just, Jackie sending you 2 pictures of fire restriction 1.
With that,
What's that?
What?
I had Jackie, she's sending up 2 pictures of fire restrictions 1 and 2. She said that, right now Granite County's at 0, but they were talking going to 1. Not they can have a fire in designated spots, but no smoking outside of rigs, and the easiest one's 1. So I think we should go at least with 1.
I'll move to go with 1.
You do? Okay, can we,
Yeah, let's do it right now, cause I mean, we're waiting, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
So, on a motion,
excuse us for 1 second,
so,
okay? Your turn.
Yeah, I move to go to stage 1
Okay, I'll second.
for a week, looking at
we
it.
go weekly here. So, any public comment, being none, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Motion in favor.
Okay,
Okay, so with the Area 5, then we will figure on what we're going to get. Through the contract, and then a professional service thing, once we get more information from. Next week's meeting, okay?
I think, yeah, until we have that, and we can kind of actually, we need them to kind of. Get off the pot and let us know if they're gonna do it or not, then I don't know what they're
Yeah.
gonna do, or so, we gotta figure out if somebody else is gonna. Take it on that could be licensed to do it. Yeah, I mean.
And then
we gotta
that's
move
where
ahead,
we-
Otherwise, we're gonna be, it's
Okay.
September, we're gonna.
Yeah, and that's where the extra work you did for the. Budget, where we'd have to supplement that Area 5. With probably maybe. Money from the CARES Act or from PIL.
yeah, so like I said,
Don't
I
look
think
at
last
that.
week, that that CARES money is like 145,000. And it's just
Take
sitting
a care.
there, so. Which is different than the ARPA money, which is different than the.
Yeah,
At the hospital. keep
Yeah.
saying that.
yeah, so if we can get them interested in saying, okay, we are going to sign this contract for you if you're interested. Then.
He asked about today, so.
Yeah.
They're interested. I
Okay,
think we need to get them in here and let's get a
Yeah.
final.
Yeah.
Saying they'll do it, and then they
Yeah.
have people that work for it, everybody can go to them.
Get the email.
and let people understand that we're not trying to get rid of the program. We haven't at all, we just
Trying to keep it
trying
going.
to keep someone to manage the program properly.
Yeah.
And it costs.
With, yeah, somebody who can concentrate on that, whereas because everybody's getting pulled in so many different directions, then how can you really concentrate on that one thing? So that's a good plan.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
What's next?
That's.
Okay, so I've got road. Okay, so oh, their
And
mill
how
was
much-
worth like 18
How much
and they got
do
20.
we owe for the debt? Of road?
What now?
On the intercom?
The equipment that we consolidated,
Where is that? Like, we just
how many more years?
got like years, here it is.
I have a point to make.
Yeah. There is.
So how much is left balance?
Oh, $606,000.
And how many years left on that?
That's half a year. So 1, 2, 3 years.
3 more years. Okay, so on your proposal that you felt that we needed belly dumps for inflational purposes for future reference. I was thinking about that, and I think we need to pay off our debt before we look into any more equipment, I feel.
Okay, on that, I see where you guys talk about it, I did read that. The only thing on that is. If we had two decent belly dumps, look at it this way too, that we could actually be hauling more and not hiring contractors.
Exactly, and my point is. I'm looking into the future and I don't see money coming in like it's been coming in. And we could keep our crew working, if we have two good belly dumps, our crew working, not having to contract, waste that money. For our crew.
It's like you said, they're gonna have to hire some more and then maybe they should. Yeah.
So that was my point on the two. I think we should get it now because we got the money, I'd even go to Pilt to do it. And
Okay, so looking at the budget,
So just strictly taking the numbers that he had and with what we're anticipating come in. With the levy and stuff, we do not have a reserve. I cannot put a reserve and you need to find you need to get $220,000 from somewhere just for the road
to
budget.
balance the road budget. And we're gonna need more than that for some reserve, there has to be reserve.
Right, I mean, we didn't have a reserve on it last year, we just, unless we
Yeah.
pull
Yeah.
even more money so
Yeah.
that they can have a reserve, but
So, and then the 600,000 that we allotted them. Is the reason that there was a $300,000 balance. Because they haven't spent it all yet.
Correct.
So otherwise we would have been negative again this year on the road.
Well, why do you have travel at 130,000?
Cause that's what he asked for and it's with the fuel and stuff.
Well, fuel. comes
That's
out of that.
fuel,
Okay,
yes.
I was looking.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Why,
Yeah.
for what, gravel?
Travel.
travel, yeah, cause that's the
100
fuel line,
That's, yeah, and I was thinking it was under that other, that's my. bad.
that was.
Cause
all
it
of
went
the
from
after
20,000 to 130,000. I don't see anybody.
So, no, it's the way that he,
I know.
so what's, where's the travel.
Right.
So he wanted, oh, yeah, no, I did 103, he wanted 120, which is 20 more than what we have there. But the fuel is so high, I mean, we can put it back to 120. You want, which is what he asked.
No,
But that's how he
I
does
just
it.
didn't understand what the
Yeah.
20K and then it's 100.
Right, he would put in a number and then he would put whatever the difference was between last year's and this year's in the next line, so.
So we need.
To show the
2018.
difference. What was going on.
Where did the expenditures go over so bad there? That we need 218.
We'll get that.
Reading it wrong, wasn't I? Am I reading it wrong or what? Am I reading this wrong?
No, I don't know, are you?
I don't know, it's just, well, where it says he needs 218 to balance, what, 218,000, where did he go over 218,000? I guess I don't understand. Isn't that what it says?
I think she's bringing you more documentation.
This one.
So now I understand what you're saying, it's just we don't have the revenue coming in, Scott. That's the problem.
The revenue was.
With all of the different monies that are coming in, we don't have enough, with the tax and with the SRS and with the cash that's there and all that doesn't add up to what the budget would be
Okay,
put in for his
so-
budget.
You're saying that we want to transfer in 110,756 development for revenue.
No, we need to do more. That was just the start of it, because I have another plus there. I don't need that. So we have the LATCF money coming in to offset the benefits. And then there's the health money coming in that we do every month for the
Right.
6 guys or whatever. plus whatever we need in order to balance the thing. So that number is just these two added together, so we still.
Okay, now what is it that you don't understand?
He was wondering where the budget is over that we need the 218, and that's when I was walking out there, I realized what he was. So we just don't have the revenue coming in. All of these numbers don't get close to that number, which is this whole thing.
So in other words, our revenue doesn't meet our expenditures.
Our
So we have to
anticipated, yeah,
supplement with 200,000 from some other source to balance the budget.
and we've done that the last 2 years. The 3 years ago it was $580,000 or something, and then last year it was like 150 maybe. And then this year it's gonna be 200.
And then, so with the 600,000 that you put in there. and
Oh,
they-
right, it would have been 800,000 then. Or something like that.
So we put the 600,000 in there for special equipment. And hasn't he bought it yet?
Well, we bought that, there was those,
Dump trucks.
the dump trucks.
And then,
And I think that there's still, so the balance on that is there still is, where's the LETCF? The 907, there's still 206,000.
There you go. Billy then.
No, that's within the, yeah, that's within the budget, so that's, yeah, the LATCF money, so we put in, that's the balance of the 600,000. So we
Left.
spent,
so we haven't finished
correct,
buying what we said we'd give him.
yeah,
Correct, cause you got better deals and blah, blah,
Mhm.
blah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
save some.
so in the line item with the LA, of that 600,000 from the LATCF, there still is 206,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the 600 debt.
From the 600.
206,000.
Correct. Yes,
Okay,
and
but
it's in the budget,
the 600,000, the whole thing went in there.
yes. It went in last year.
Okay,
And so I just subtracted whatever we took out of that, and then that's the balance, and that's what's carrying over into this year's.
so
budget.
yeah, that's where you could do your belly dumps, but to balance the budget, you're gonna have. to
Still
get
need another
200,000.
200.
Take him, Bill.
Yeah, so we did. Okay, we gave him 600,000, refresh my memory. For 2 dump trucks and that. Hot packing thing,
That trailer, a hot patch trailer.
that hot patch thing, was there something else we were?
I don't know, I could go find out what was taken
yeah.
out of there.
There was the
Yeah,
plows, those big
blades,
trucks.
Blades for the dump trucks.
Yeah.
Did we get those?
I don't know, I'd
Yeah,
have
yeah.
to, I can go
Yes.
run a,
There- We've gotten
Okay.
everything we need
We shall
from that
find it.
600,000, and there's 206,000 left.
Cause remember we bought that, said buying that one truck for 180, we got one for 80. So that was 100,000 off that we did. Cause we went out and got that truck, cause said buying a new one. We got it.
Okay, so,
Just trying to remember. Whew.
and
We should look at this stuff earlier in the day. My brains.
Right.
so the new employee is still a short-term person, correct?
I didn't. know
Temporary.
about that Till today. I didn't know, which I think is great.
Yeah,
But I think
temporary.
he can work into being what we need, right?
If the, okay, so
With 12
Isn't
months.
it just temporary? Or-
this was the
Yeah.
extra person, remember that we hired,
And then
and then he quit.
Yeah. That's good.
right, so he
But
was
the extra
budgeted.
person
and
is
I got that
hired
in there.
because we were anticipating retirees. And so they haven't retired yet. and We don't know when they're going to retire.
Well, you get told now and then.
So then there was a short-term person hired for seasonal help, kind of, sort of, the young kid.
Yep.
And he's back to school.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that the person that we hired is a short-term person seasonally still for 3 months or what?
I think
So-
that we could put, I thought the way I understood, put him on that he's just as he works in to see if he's gonna work into how they put.
So he had me hire him as a temporary employee, and under our policy and procedure manual, a temporary employee can work for 12 months.
And in order to become a permanent employee, they just have to go through the competitive hiring process.
Okay, so the permanent employee gets all benefits though, right?
Yes,
Short-term doesn't.
the temporary employee cannot get health benefits. But they still accrue
They
time
can
off.
do retirement and they get
Um,
vacation and sick.
Yeah, they get vacation and sick. I don't know, I would have to, Becky's a good one to ask on their retirement, but I know they don't qualify for health benefits, only permanent employees do.
So that isn't in the budget, is it?
No, I mean, what I had, that's what I was raising my
Yeah.
hand for, so that when I first did this, all we had was the seasonal temporary, and that's all I have in there. Along with the 1, 2,
But there
3,
should
4,
have been-
5 road people, plus so 5 road people, 1 seasonal temporary, and then the superintendent is all
Cause
I
there should have
put in
been
there.
2 on there, cause we hired 2.
There's 6 road people though.
Yeah.
Well, except for 1 comes out of Bridge,
Oh, okay. There you go.
yeah, so
Alright.
that's where that other one
So
is,
I was just like, oh, there's.
yeah.
Yeah,
6
so
and then-
6
Oh,
employees
okay,
plus
that's
the 10.
correct. That's
that's-
what I budgeted,
Yeah.
only, it's just the reason you're only seeing 5 in here is because we budget 1 of them out of Bridge.
So this is the thing that you need. Because if that person, okay. What are you gonna do if no one retires in 3 months? Are you gonna put him? Then the position closes until someone retires or what? Because we felt that
Yeah,
we
we
were,
probably have to.
yeah, because we felt that we were going to. We hired that second person on that first we hired 2 because we. Felt that we were gonna get someone else, 2 people that were gonna retire.
Plus one was her, I didn't know what was that coming out to be, I mean, we were gambling on we're gambling.
Yeah,
And we still are, cause we still got people.
okay, so how do we? Gamble with the budget, I mean, and in 3 months, if nobody retires, does he get laid off? With the option of applying and getting the position?
God, I wouldn't want.
Well, how long could?
I
it
mean,
work?
technically, he has
12.
12, under our policy, he has
12 months?
12 times,
He could do what?
up to 12. Can't
So do
exceed
you want a
12.
budget for 12 months then?
I
Because
think-
how many
I don't
months-
have it budgeted for 12 months, so I need
How
to,
many months do you have a
I know,
budget?
but we're talking, that's why we're talking, we're just,
Yeah.
I think we better.
I think we should, yeah.
I don't
You
know.
want to
I need
budget
it-
it for
I
12
need it.
months?
I do, cause I guess, I mean, we're.
Yes, that's why I'm
Yeah.
trying to get this.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm not arguing, I
Yeah.
just. It's it.
Then if someone does retire, you'll have a reserve,
Hmm.
right? If someone retires, he fills that spot, you'll
Yeah,
have a reserve for the
if
money, right?
someone retires in that time frame, then that position, he applies for it, he still has to put an application in for it, and he gets it, because it's in-house.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna
Okay, so
make
I will,
it
yeah,
even worse,
exactly, yeah, right.
okay,
But I got, yeah, I'll go through and I've got to change a couple different things because of that, but I will, like the money coming in from the LATCF and what's. going on.
Okay.
So.
okay.
Get all
So,
those.
do we have a line item in the road fund for gravel, or does that get completely taken out of gas tax?
I mean, we have 368 that we do, that's the roads and streets, and so
And-
sometimes we take gravel and stuff out of
Okay,
there,
how
but we
much-
also have. So the roads and street, we have, so for all of whatever, we do the salt and the and all of that comes out of the roads and streets, and that budget is at 200,000.
But I thought then we had like for culverts and that other stuff was a different line.
Not in road.
That's in gas.
In gas tax, yeah, we've got it.
So we have gas tax and we have BARSA money in.
Right, and we're really kind of struggling to figure out what the gas tax is this year, because they haven't sent anything, and
I
I've got.
sent that stuff back, so it should be here.
Yeah, we sent it all. I haven't seen anything come through. Now that you say that, I haven't seen
Yeah,
anything.
I mean, we know what the BARSA money is, and I'll budget that in there, but I don't know what the. I have no idea what the gas tax
Last year
is.
was 63. 67.
I think with the gas
Right,
tax, you would
87.
budget from the prior year, just.
Yeah, just to.
Just
So,
to know
yeah,
that.
it's like 56 or something, was what that
I'll
was,
chat
so
with
I will.
NBT.
So
Okay,
this
that's what I'll
year,
do.
we're gonna gravel, right?
Well, we're not running out of time. I mean, we gotta cut grass, we're doing up there, we're doing
I
all
don't
that
think,
stuff,
that-
so
I
we're not
don't
gonna.
think this year we're gonna gravel.
Blanche, are
I
you
think
just
we
got-
better hold off and just I know there's stuff to be gravelled probably, but.
We
We're
should
so
probably
far
do it both.
behind it. This lower end hasn't gotten nothing. I mean, I'm not saying, cause I live down there, but there is.
Well,
lots
what,
of-
for budget purposes, if
For
they're
the
not
bar
gonna be
set.
able to gravel, but we need the gravel in the spring in this budget is what I mean.
Yeah, it'd be coming in later in the, wouldn't be in the spring until it dried out, so when we get it.
So Blanche, are you talking about what you guys are designating as the monies to be spent for the Barca money? Is that what you're asking them? So, because I think you have to designate a project or something, don't you?
We have to show what we're using the Barca money for.
Yeah, right.
We always did. It should just be the same as last year, but it's just
Well, 'cause some-
gravel and, it can't be,
But she's saying is we have to tell them what road we're graveling.
That's what I'm asking you, whether we have, it's
The one
just
or-
that there
Or the
has to
Barca
be something,
funds.
yeah, there needs a, yeah, for what you're using that $78,000 for.
is this?
So,
yeah,
and
this
I'll
is
keep
what-
that on, I keep
yeah,
that on a
this is
separate
what
line
we
and.
want.
but we
Okay.
So this is where we would keep track. This is where we keep track and say, okay, this year the Barca money is going for East Fork. To gravel,
Yeah, because plainly,
for lights.
People are coming in with pitchforks if you were to do that.
so anyway, that's all.
Yeah,
that
I know what you're saying.
Okay.
Let's just talk to, Paul and see what.
Yeah. The agenda.
Let's just talk to Paul, and Paul keeps,
We gotta find out where he's gonna put the gravel.
Every road needs
We
gravel.
can still accept the Barca money, but when we go to use it, we have to approve where we use it. That was the whole thing that we did last year. We had
Yeah.
to show where, but we still
Right.
can get, let's balance or
okay, so,
budget for it, but then when we go out to use it. He has to have something wrote down that it went on blankety blank road and quarter mile, half.
so how much?
Yeah, I
does-
keep it on a separate.
How much does
so.
78,000 get us?
Not very much anymore, not with what you gotta do with oil and I mean, it's nice, it helps, cause there's little spots we're gonna have.
They'll probably want a contract truck. Okay.
There's your stage one fire restriction.
Oh, okay.
Don't mind signing it.
We have all the gravel from the Middle Fork gravel pit too, which if we want to end up using for the county, we'll have to pay the DNRC a royalty on. Or the
Okay,
DEQ
so-
or whoever.
The gravel that we have. He was mentioning today that he wants to give 300 yards to the Forest Service.
No, I don't know, I think we need to look before.
Yeah, you look at her.
See what the agreement on that Schedule A and that, some of this stuff that. I know they're trying to make deals and that, and I think we better look and see what it actually says, what we can do and use it for. Cause I'm like Chuck said, I thought that was theirs.
On the Copper Creek?
Moose
On that-
Lake.
Where it slid down out there, yeah.
I thought it was Forest Service. Yeah, it's a rough.
So and then what Paul was saying on the phone today was that he wants to work with them and give them the gravel and they're gonna fix it.
He said the
Haul it
county,
into the campground and then the county would hire extra trucks to haul it into a campground, they'll spread it now. Well, if it's their road now, that's why I wanna make sure on that Schedule A or whichever one that's on, look and see if it's really our maintenance to do that. That's why, before we make some big deal.
Yeah, well, you didn't tell them to follow through, right?
No.
Okay,
did you look into it?
okay,
He said
sorry.
he's always maintained the road and.
Rumsey Mountain. Because we don't get the money back, so we don't really know how it's getting billed out. We've got the RV wave or whatever, wave.
Comden. RV wave.
And that comes in once a year and that's about somewhere between $600 and $700. Sue says that we should be getting the bill pretty soon. From the thing, and then that's what would. But she's not sure how that's gonna be billed out and to whom and.
Well, I thought
so-
911 paid some of that, or paid it, cause they were using the repeaters.
So we've been, so Crown Castle was paying for all of
Yeah,
that,
I wouldn't
but
wanna do
they pulled
We don't have-
out, so there's no revenue coming into Rumsey Mountain anymore. And that's
Yeah.
something that the board has to figure out, because remember how they were talking about, they didn't like the way the special use permits were being billed with Forest Service. And so here soon, we will have to do an inventory up there. The Forest Service will reach out and say, who are all of your users, and we'll send in that form, and then we will get the bill. I think it's usually like October when that comes in.
So, and I think like with the Forest Service, because they bill out. They shouldn't be billing out so high, right?
Yeah, but we don't have any control over that. Or I don't know, that's where I don't know what to
Yeah.
do on the billing of it. Rumsey Mountain ate it last year. The Rumsey Mountain account ate the billing for the special use permit last year. And we didn't have Crown Castle to pick up any of the power bills or any of that nonsense this year, so Rumsey Mountain's just been eating it, but that's where the board has to kind of figure out.
And how much is left?
There's $16,000 in there.
And what's the annual expenditures there?
It's around 10,000 or something.
Okay, so we have one more year
Yeah.
before we're in trouble. So
Fun.
how do we fix that? Do we tell the Forest Service, give it to us free?
I think they would.
I think we'll have to go to a meeting or ask Tom
They
to
should
call a
actually
meeting.
work with us on that or half or something, because I mean, we're doing a lot of crap for them, but. Yeah, I think we need to have them come in and say, you know what, we gotta come on.
They're doing a site visit on the 17th up there. So Anaconda Deer Lodge is the site manager. We're just the treasurer in that agreement. And then the board, I think when I read the bylaws, the board is supposed to, all stakeholders, I originally, I think when it built, paid in, like there was a presentation of the financials this time of year and they all
I
paid
just picked
in.
out some fun ones.
Okay, so right now we can't anticipate anything coming in because we
No, except for, maybe.
have
that,
nothing
yeah.
coming in
Mhm.
until we bill out.
Which should
Right, but
just
we don't
pay
know
part
what
of the
we're-
special use permit, but that's, the board needs to make a decision on that, which is. San Conde Deer Lodge, you are a representative on that board.
Yeah, so.
So we
Glutton
have-
for
yeah.
punishment, yeah. But I can email Tom Dunn and
Yeah,
tell him that
and
we're
just say
going
we
through
need
the
to figure some-
financials.
Well, I would suggest that we don't budget anything, right, because we don't have any, we don't know.
Correct.
Yeah, there's, we will have to go on right now for this year, go on what we have left in it, and then we're up.
Let them know,
Yeah.
Did anybody ever call Jared and tell him turn that up to 40?
I got a hold of Paul Talon.
Okay.
Mhm.
I just happened to see that, yeah, I just got thinking, holy shit. Yeah, sorry,
No, that's fine.
go ahead.
Okay, Flint Creek project, so we're, in the negative 35,000, we anticipate 62. I only anticipate like 60,000 for the, what is it all, for the electrical sales. And then there's a couple
Yeah.
rents and, a couple other things that comes up to like
That's the
62.
problem with that is that, cause we used to anticipate it at 80 to 85, and then with the water being so shortage and trying to please all them some bitches now, it's taking $25,000 from us.
You are live.
Mhm. So, anyway.
But it's,
So-
it's just frustrating as hell is now we're anticipating 60 where we were always at 80 to 85, maybe a little bit higher. Between the regulations and trying to keep the water so everybody's happy, we just lost another $25,000.
Should raise all of those
Okay.
rents up there.
So we need how much?
So, my question is the professional services line, I don't know what your, so like with Dowell and Great West, and you thought maybe 40,000 for Dowell this year. Great West, what's that
I didn't
one?
have for Dow this year.
Okay.
But I, don't change until we check.
Well, I haven't put anything in there.
Dow this year.
With that,
Out.
We
Yeah,
still
I
gotta do that earthquake thing.
so
We
gotta
just
re-
got that back.
So right now, with nothing, I just have 0 in the professional services, but I couldn't venture a guess. I had no idea. I know we'll probably have Great West, but with that, it's already at 81,000 and we really only have 26,000. So, you know, that's 40 that we need to come up with, and that's without adding in the professional services stuff, the Great West.
This is a problem, and you know, here we go, another whole damn year. And we said we was gonna go into litigation or something, figure out, cause we can't keep doing this. We said we all looked at, we're not taking from Pilt again. I mean, we can't keep,
Where are you gonna take them? Cause you have
I
to.
don't know what to do. I mean, I just.
I mean, you can't. Unfortunately, we made our threat and they fell on deaf ears.
Okay, we didn't know we were gonna get that LAPT, whatever the hell it is. We still have 700 and something
Okay.
thousand in that.
145 in cares.
Yeah, but yeah.
What's this 700 though?
Oh, he's talking about the LATCF money, the whatever's left over. in
That
there.
we were keeping
So
for safety and I think it should come out of Pilt again. There's over $1 million. What
Yeah,
do
it
you
doesn't
want to
make,
use?
yeah, whether they take it from LAPT, really. Or Pilt, I mean,
I know, we're gonna have to,
We're gonna have to
agree,
do
I know, it's just, though, it's just, here we,
So the Pilt is payment in lieu of taxes.
I know.
Okay, we know that, we understand that. That's actually the tax dollar, a tax dollar. And should be used for levied funds to reimburse if they need it. But in this situation, because we have to cover it, we have to supplement it. And what I try to stress, and it's, you guys think it's a savings account, we don't want to spend it, we want to sit on it. But it isn't, it is tax dollars that we need to spread out. If we can save some, but we need it to supplement our tax base because to make our budgets balance. We can't let it sit there because it's just sitting there. You see what I mean? We need to quit thinking that it is a savings account.
I'm not thinking it is a savings account. But we can't just go spend all of it, cause in a few years from now, you might be looking for some Pilt money. Bad.
But here's the thing, how much did we pull out of Pilt last year?
So
Like maybe 200,000, just round
somewhere around there,
somewhere.
yeah, I know.
And then we received what? 600,000? Or 300,000?
Yeah.
Huh?
300,000
something. And we had $1 million in there before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, we got to spend some,
Okay.
Yeah, so we
No,
spent
I'm not gonna argue that.
170,000.
Scott and I just don't like spending it on that Flint Creek project.
Like where else are you gonna take it from?
We know that,
We-
but
we-
it's just that we say, you know. We know we have cover, but it just sucks that we gotta put it
I
around.
know it. Get over it.
I can't, I just can't see it
No,
over.
cause
They just
we're
keep
spending that money on that dam, that we could be spending something else
that
on,
we
you know,
got, Yeah.
and that, you know.
And that's unfortunate and okay, so. Get it out of your system now.
I don't think.
Okay, so do you have a ballpark idea of the engineering costs?
I can get,
That I could put,
I can get with Jeremiah and kind of.
and is
figure
that
out
the
if-
only one though? I mean, there aren't any other,
I'm trying to think, we don't have any big like there's no
Good.
part 12D because they're on that
Seismic
5-year thing.
Did you
Yeah,
figure
the
that out?
seismic, don't they have to go back?
So they did it.
No?
They did it. We just got the draft yesterday, so they're getting ready to
Yeah.
submit that to FERC. So that might be a bill that comes into HDR.
so yeah, get that number from
Yeah.
Jeremiah and I can put that in and then we'll know what we need to supplement it from wherever we're going. to.
Okay, so let's make a decision. On
Where you're gonna take it.
where we're gonna take it from.
Okay, I got less of it.
You two vote for it. But I can not vote for
Where else are we gonna have to supplement built money to?
I like the road crew.
road crew.
Road crew, Frank Crick. Very solid waste, I wish it had.
Solid waste. I had, yeah, the only ones that I could,
It's just not, it's there, but it's not keep, we just can't seem to have their gain. We keep paying out, this is what I'm. I know what you're saying about it, you know, but if we didn't have it. Saved, then well, how would we be paying? For
If we didn't have pill,
it? Yeah, how would we pay for this stuff?
we have pill.
That's- No, I said if we didn't, though, if we spend it all and we don't have, how would we pay for it?
2 years from now. you might not
Well,
have
you anticipate, this is what it's
Yeah.
called budgeting, you gamble, like you said, we're gambling. We have to gamble on, we're gonna get this money. We never gamble on too much money. We always under. This is,
How
Granite
much,
County has absolutely.
how much is solid waste?
okay, so.
I totally.
I vote for CARES.
I totally
Okay,
understand
so-
what you're saying, I'm not arguing with you, it's just so frustrating that. To run something in the red every year and it keeps getting worse, and even the income coming in, now we're down
Yeah.
25,000, it just, it. I lost my-
So and then,
It just freaks me out, I just, and we can't move ahead and try to do anything against them, they're sitting there. And that's why they want so much more flow coming out, cause it hurt them too. Cause if they, if we're down 20,000, they get 90%, so what are they down? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it'd be nice if it were, the whole thing when they first signed it. Was like everybody, it was, the 10%, 90%, they pay 90% of all of the engineering stuff that needs to be done, just like getting 90, that would have been nice, but it's not in there, so.
no, no,
Okay, so solid waste. We don't have any numbers on how many, so Vicky went in to see what's already this year. And how many she thinks more units there are, so it's just shy of 3,000. So, but it probably will be more, but we don't know. So we're looking for $30,000 to supplement the solid waste.
okay, and the reason that we're in dire straits with solid waste is why?
Let's
see the.
Do we still have that money in there for the wash places? The wash basins or wash houses?
Yeah, that's coming out of the,
Like,
that's coming out of the LATCF. It was never put in
it's
there.
still there,
We never did transfer any money into solid waste from,
No,
no, okay, that's it sitting in there.
cause
to
we
do
never ever
that.
got a bid and we didn't know what to transfer.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and then we got into that who's ground what's yet.
Yeah.
Then we did.
so that's gonna be part of that 700,000.
What's that?
That's gonna still take that out of that 700,000 we have left in the LA.
Yeah, it's still sitting, it has not been taken out. So how much did we figure we were gonna give solid waste? We didn't really, did we?
No, we didn't, cause we didn't know, then it become a big, trying to figure out this one out here, and then the next one was whose ground was what, so we never ever got an estimate on what it cost. He was supposed to get us something.
Yeah.
So honestly, they probably would have been about break even this year had it not been for the repairs on the backhoe. That's where the issue was.
The repair and back was 10 grand.
Huh?
10 grand.
I don't know, no, there was like.
Well, they ripped it in.
Yeah, there was tons, but I mean, our repair and maintenance budget went over by $30,000.
Well, it can go over 30,000, and spend 150,000 on the new one.
So anyway, you were asking where that was, and that's
No,
where
I'm
the
just
issue was.
saying
the-
that, I mean, we had a picture.
Yeah.
Plus I
So-
was renting another piece of equipment and all that too.
Yeah,
No, I
so
mean-
what I was saying is that it would have been fine, the budget, I
Yeah,
mean, it was
yeah.
fine, except for that's where it went over.
Right.
That's where the problem was. That's the answer.
Okay, so,
I guess we need to have some figure out how much we totally need to pull from one or the other. And how much money that goes in each one, just. to-
so can we supplement
Right,
the solid waste?
You have to do it.
yeah, I mean, like you said, we don't have no choice, right, it's just,
Because I don't think we can raise the fees any further, I think 135 is,
And like I said, I mean, the budget was good. It was just that was an issue
And a lot of
and
that,
not a normal issue, so.
a lot of that too is, we've asked Robinson come in for 2 months to know how many units we really have and what people are. Because I think there's a lot out there, but then you don't, I mean, not.
There-
Good cover part,
there-
30,000. Yeah.
I think the county's putting a lot of solid waste. The residents are putting bills for people that. I mean, I think, like you said.
Contractors,
What?
for people building and stuff and the
Well-
contractors are winning them maybe.
It's hard to, how do we say it? We're not getting a true figure from,
Exactly, that's why you're supposed to come back and sit down with Lynn and go through, because there's places that are running businesses out of their houses, and that shouldn't get charged, no different than. I mean, it's, but.
aren't there's actually units that aren't being taken out and their garbage is being hauled.
Cause I was the one who brought it up, and I went to Main Street Drum, I watched them do it, and then he
Yeah.
tried to say, well, no, I sat like doing watch you haul that stuff. So I mean, it's like that, how much stuff really they do in, and we're paying, we get charged in it, I mean, we're. Get hit, what did we just pay again, 20-some thousand for this month?
So there's people that are paying,
My head's gonna blow up.
is it? Okay.
Okay.
Afternoons entertainment, okay.
Yeah, that's better than the one.
Okay, so yeah,
You guys wanna come in on another day or?
no, just keep it up, we'll get it done.
Okay, so we talked about gas tax, we're not gonna talk about that one.
Okay.
I mean, we may be done. So what all can be used with the county land information fee money?
What?
So
What do you wanna use it for?
I don't know, I mean, I mean, we don't ever use it, we don't ever
Anything-
use it.
well,
Well,
with
just
that-
leave it in there, we're gonna need it, why?
Well,
Okay.
but I'm just
You
curious.
can use that for anything with map. Maps mapping, you can, if he has extra stuff, you can. you
Right,
can pay
that's
for that.
pretty much all we ever take out of there.
Those are fees that come from your office that go into
With
that.
that,
What is
yeah.
it, the
How much
25
is in
cents?
So. Anyway,
How much is in there?
there's probably like $14,000, something like that. I don't,
So there's
that's
that.
all we budgeted last year, so I'm sure that's what it is.
No, I have this here, claim today for 10 grand,
For what?
for mapping,
For mapping what?
whatever he does.
Where did you take that out of?
What's
Where
that?
did it come
10
out?
grand that
Maps
come out
mapping.
today for mapping.
Oh, that would come out of 911. So, and then, so that's all the mapping stuff, and then if he has additional ones, like I think the phone calls, the people call in and ask, that's a separate bill, and we take that out of the land, the county land. Yeah, we've got like $14,000 in there. Okay, so that was just a question of mine.
Okay, yeah.
And then the metal mine reserve, last year, we contributed 1,400 towards the BSPRA stuff, the Big Sky Rail, and I believe that there was another request for that and was there. And so we can budget to give them another contribution to that. So was there a request?
Not yet.
Yeah, but doesn't that come annually or something?
You can go to Kite Night and they give them money.
Okay. So anyway, we did that last year.
So how much was that Big Sky Rail?
$1,400 is what has been requested. Okay, here's the tote one. So far, I mean, we're gonna total up whatever road, solid waste, and wherever whatever.
Okay, so
project,
I know these
whatever.
two, I know he mouthed it.
Mhm.
So do.
Okay,
Mouthed it.
was that the mouth?
What?
Okay, so
We just gotta figure out what's coming with what.
Yeah.
What's killed, what's in killed, there's almost
three.
it's 1.47.
So there's 1,470,000.
77 cents.
and 708 cents.
And then,
475.
then the LA, the LA
$267.
one is 700,000, so, I mean, I consider that same thing, basically. Don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, we can use it for anything,
What's that?
that LA.
The 700 or the million forward, so either one, we're gonna take it out of one of them.
Yeah.
700
Plus,
or a million.
the one-
Let's take it out of the million.
Split the difference, take half out of each.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
CARES, $145,000.
What's that one?
CARES, there's $145,000 in that one. and
Well, let's
that's all
keep that.
there.
No, let's, yeah, that cares things different.
Yeah, let's use the CARES for CARES,
Okay,
for
I
Mainly,
don't know,
Mental health.
yeah.
That's-
Okay, the TV districts would like to request $25,000 each for the,
Yeah. Yes.
so.
time to be said no to TV. That was a joke, I've always been.
And that comes out of PILT, and that's a social thing, and so it should. When you stop and
No,
think.
I
and
should
you
come
read-
out of that LAT stuff.
Did we ever get the second payment of that?
Huh?
But, oh yeah,
Nice.
yep, it came last week. They finally, yeah, I mean, all spring long, I was emailing them and making phone
Looking
calls.
for it.
Oh, well, you get an email. Well, we finally got an email 2 weeks ago and 3 days later we had it.
Fabulous.
So,
Right.
PILT.
So we're gonna-
So if we buy those trailers, is that in there? In the
No,
budget
that
somehow?
comes out.
that's in the road budget,
Why did we give them so much? We had so much left over, because we got a good deal.
cause yeah, you're saying something.
Okay,
like
so we got a good deal, and we saved some money.
Saved a lot, I saved over 100,000 on one. truck.
Okay. Okay,
Instead of buying a brand new one for 180, we got a truck for 90 and then the, thing was like 30, so we saved them, well, we did save over 100,000.
so it's not brand new ones, right?
Mm-mm.
No, but it was just, I mean, it's like. it
No,
had-
I mean,
Oh, no.
Belly.
The belly dump, I think if a person's gonna buy a belly dump, you better be looking at it. Cause the liability of them, of
Okay.
opening and that, I think guys shouldn't actually look at damn near new ones are really close.
so when you look at the 200,000, that's gonna get you a couple belly dumps.
I don't know what they're running now.
But is that gonna save you? Contracting out for someone to haul, when you look at it that way, are they gonna pay for themselves? Is my question.
They will, but it'll take them.
Take a while.
The thing about it is, and then actually, instead of them going and. I think they're scared to haul with them a lot, and this way when they go like in to get coal patch or go down hauling sand down the rock creek and that. They have something that instead of running a dump truck 3 or 4 times and for a trip, they could go one time.
So the one thing I wanna say too is how much is our debt to enroll over 600,000?
600, yeah.
We got 3 years.
I think we should just keep paying it yearly, Blanche, cause
Well-
otherwise we're gonna deplete our, what we have there, say if we took it out and we took 600, then okay, this is just saying. I just soon pay it, cause then if something did come up. We're not shorting ourselves.
No, right, what I'm just saying, we've got 3 years left on our contract.
Yeah,
And we can't overextend ourselves like we did, because we did. So hopefully we get that paid off and we can't rush in and start over again, is what I'm saying.
I think we're sitting pretty good, like I said, just the belly up, we've had to get trucks. I think one of the main things is. No, that's on solid waste. Solid waste probably doesn't even look into a backhoe, but it's fixed nice now.
So I have a question, and it's just a blind dumbass question, excuse my French. We have 4 graders and we can only use 2. Why do we have 4 graders?
Cause we were using 2 on each end, cause we had operators that could run them. We've had guys, well, now we're back to having 2 operators in low and 2 up here. Cause we got Jim and John and Steve, really, he can run it. And then now down below, we got Ken back and Brad's running one and that, Dave, they're training him, so we're gonna actually be able to. And seeing we only got 2 water trucks and you gotta run water trucks with them. So you can blade and do it right, so, no, I think they're gonna pick it up now that we're getting
Okay.
back, we're getting people back and. The ones that know how to run them and that, and teaching people.
Okay,
So,
'cause
yeah,
I'm
we'll
just-
be all right. We don't dare get rid of one.
okay, when
I'm just telling you, no, we're not, don't do, we
Well,
don't.
wait a minute, I wasn't done, let me finish, I'm just saying, when I made the comment, you had 4, you're only using 2. And it was because where you need to have the crew to one water trucks behind that. So, that we run the 4, you'd have to have what, 4 water trucks?
No, two, just,
You
we're
feel
short
there's
handed,
two?
just one.
Okay, that's all I need.
Yeah. No, we're just short handed through that stuff this spring, we were hurting. And then people took off a couple weeks vacation and, you know. it was-
And we like to see that
Mhm.
instead of,
Well, yeah, I do, but at that time we didn't like seeing it because we really needed
Well,
to
no.
keep burying on to it. And then plus that, we had to we laid them millings, we said we were going to, and maybe next year we won't have millings to worry about, laying, and they can concentrate more on roads.
okay,
That's
speaking.
my idea.
Speaking, still on the road thing, is the road. Are we gonna do a capital project where we're gonna put some money into capital project to fix the road? That turns off and the back road by the fairgrounds.
Main
Are we
Street
gonna
and
fix that
Drummond.
road?
I think,
I think we're gonna look for grants or something.
yeah, that's gonna,
Yeah.
that's a bad deal.
Well,
Right
I think-
now, I don't even wanna put nothing capital for that besides just patching, taking care of. If they patch it like they've done, you know, and they might have to hit a little bit more, it'll be better, cause it just got, cause we didn't know whose it was, and we're saying, don't do nothing, it's not ours. Well, now we found it was ours,
It's
but I
ours.
should have been patching, it wouldn't have gotten that bad. But
Okay,
Sooner or later.
so we're just gonna do a better job.
Yeah.
Which we haven't done in the past because,
Cause we didn't think it was ours, and I was the one who said, well, it ain't ours, why are we wasting all of our time on it? And that's me.
so just so that Sarah, that you understand is we can do a 2-year type budget thing and we can pay it off in 2 years. So we can start working on something if we
Oh, I
plan
see
a
what you're
project. It's a 2-year project, so we can go into 2 fiscal years
Did, when I
to
was,
pay it.
when I was gone, did they bring anything from Green Tree or Green Leaf, engineers to you guys from that
No.
down there? On that bridge and that road, cause they were
Triple
spending
Tree.
all that money.
Triple Tree
Oh,
Engineering.
Triple
I,
Something.
so Gail has sent me and Blaine some of that information from down there. I haven't gone through it.
Okay.
But I
I'm
know,
just curious, cause there was $190,000 or something, so is that all just that culvert or?
So that has to be strictly
for the
for the
bridge.
bridge. We
Mhm.
can't use it for anything else, but.
Well, that's, I didn't know if that's all it was, when they tried to get it, or if that's all. it was
Yeah,
for.
that's all, yeah, they can only use that on the bridge, right?
Yes, and they're working on how to get that. Blaine talked to Gail, I want to say yesterday, and they're working on how that transition process will work, on how those funds
What
can go
about
from the
that
town
new
to the county.
infrastructural stuff that's coming out that you can use just that money on roads that are to do with like water, cause that floods in there all the time.
That by, I don't know, I'll reach out, I know,
Yeah, could you ask on that? 'Cause there was
yeah,
something
Fitzpatrick has been
That's
sending
why I
some
don't
stuff out.
really budget, let's check in here this week and see, cause there was something that they were coming out. And that's where
A
that.
new grant that we could
Yeah.
apply for.
Okay.
I can't remember what that was.
County built.
Where's that bridge at?
The,
Across the railroad tracks headed to the railroad.
so we've got the
County
line.
building.
The
I
line.
thought it was on Main
for
Street.
the-
County building.
It's on Main Street, well, you turn off Main Street and go.
I know where the rodeo
headed
grounds.
out, Headed south. It's right there, it's just a little bridge, it can't cost that much. Anyway, go ahead.
County building.
County
we
building.
Can't do any more major. Except for like the carpet and stuff. We can't put a new roof on, we can't put the new foundation on. Because.
So county building, so I mean, I don't know what you want budgeted for the building grounds maintenance and repair. I mean, like last year was 300, we only spent 150. This year I only put 150, but I know. So wasn't there some kind of roof thing that he's doing for 11,000?
I thought we already gave him half the money for that.
Remember, there's so many
Some
things.
pictures?
Yeah, he's fixing the.
Oh, it's a
things that
change
come around.
order.
And yeah, that.
It's a
okay,
change order
that
on the
was
dome
Yeah,
project.
For this
Okay,
fiscal year,
and
yeah.
that was
And
like
that's-
11,400 or something, so
Okay.
we got that. Is there
Well,
anything,
until-
do we know what the carpet around, what the
Yeah,
carpet?
we
Yes,
just got
she'll
but
bring
she
it to
hasn't,
you.
We just signed it.
I don't know where mine
The
is.
name was supposed to be-
Well, yeah, I haven't seen her. So she
She was here.
hasn't yet.
She took it all.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay, I'll get it from her.
I spit it, man.
So you thought it was
Yeah,
like
you-
around
I
7,000?
spit it, man.
But yeah, ask her for it.
Did you want me to?
Oh,
So,
it's signed, and I got through in the garbage.
Huh?
I signed it,
that's-
I
that's
stamped
an
it and signed it,
original.
I got through in the garbage, that's the
That's just a copy.
No, it's signed and stamped.
that looks,
I did.
that looks
Oh,
like the original.
no.
That's the original.
It
Yeah,
is,
I
I
can
did
see
it.
how the, yep, I can see it on the back.
You signed it?
You can see, if you look on
And
the
we
back. you
haven't
can see-
initialed it.
Yeah, that's the
Never
original
seen-
one.
Yeah, you must have through it in the garbage.
I didn't.
Okay, so it's like $7,100.
Well,
We
I
have
think
to
it's
do
more.
that, we have to do it, while we're.
Yeah, so, but do you want me to only budget $100,000 or do you want me to, I mean,
For maintenance and.
yeah,
I think probably go up to 200,000.
cause I have it at like 150. You want me to
Stay
do
at
150?
150.
Okay.
What's it?
So, and then the hall,
160.
okay, the hall, the hall, rental. So do you want me to take the money that was coming, that came in last year, and do we have it rented now?
No,
No.
Chuck Johnson's applying and couple of, no, we don't.
Okay, so, and how much is it gonna be, the 775, or is it gonna?
It's gonna be 800.
I told Chuck 800.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we're doing a.
So do you
Separate
want me
meter,
to
yeah.
kind of anticipate maybe 6 months of that towards the,
Yes.
towards the budget, the expenditures?
So I think what you collected last year.
Plus half, plus like 6 months?
Yeah.
Okay, I will do that.
For expenditure.
For the expenditures, and I've done it, we already had, for the airport, we have a 361 repairs with, what's it called, repairs with approval. And I'm just using that for the
Okay.
hall, and I've told Becky
Okay.
that anything comes in for the hall, like with that lawnmower, that's the lawn mowing, we did that out of 361. If we do the siding, we'll do that out of
We
361.
kept 500 of this.
No,
So,
you couldn't.
Yeah.
You could only keep, I can't remember how much it was. You could only keep what you could deduct from the lawn maintenance.
So
What was it, like
yeah,
150?
But I mean,
100.
there was money there to pay for that.
Yeah.
That's what I meant, there's $100, a kid charged $100.
Yeah.
yeah.
So how
Okay,
much
so
did
that's
you
how
get
I
back?
will,
His deposit.
Then he would have got back 400, right?
He got 400 back and we cut him a check for 400. Is that
No,
correct?
not yet.
We cut
We're
him-
still Not yet,
I
cause
don't
that
know.
kid, we might have
Yes.
to do some more.
Yeah, no, we had to by statute, by state law, by the end of the month, or we would have had to give it all back.
So
guess-
we
I
not
guess-
only got less rent.
We will add
We
that to our
probably need to
meeting
try and
process
do 25 off of
management.
each month from
We need
previous month.
a little more of a better paper trail here on.
Our leases.
Yeah, well, I think
Do it
that with
monthly
you guys doing, I think that Billy, you talked to Northwestern Energy yesterday.
I
about
did,
doing
they're
that.
gonna go do the
So,
meter.
with that issue, you don't have that, that's not gonna be in anybody's head that they get something to touch, that the rent is just
Okay,
800.
I'm just gonna take this off and that's what I'm paying. Okay, I'll get it.
So, and we'll just know, the treasurer's office just knows that it's gonna be 800 and that's what it is. They try to give you 775 and then 760 the next month and then 725 the next month. Okay,
That's it.
well, those are all of the weird ones, I think.
Just need to
Pretty
find
much.
out what we need to have taken out of the field to cover our.
Right, so but the only way that we can figure that one out is we need to know what the engineering is from Great West, or if there are any others from Flint Creek Project. And what else was there? And then 30, we'll know better when we know how many units we actually have for the solid waste.
He was, yeah.
But if we just go on the 30, that would, if we just do 30.
Money still there for the elevator?
Yeah, that was all our ARPA funds.
It's better. to be there.
Yeah, there's
That's
nothing,
amazing.
yeah. Okay, it was-
Jeremiah just took a stab in the dark and said 20,000 for this year.
I took
Um,
30.
Yeah, and he said really the big things on there, which we can compare to what they've charged in the past and kind of estimate, is gonna be the EAP update, safety plan, annual inspection, dam tender training, and the DSSMR.
Cause a dam tender, we spend a little bit more money on him, and we're gonna spend it now on him to send him to some.
Yeah, I think there's a training I was supposed to look at for December.
But I think that
Yeah.
the wage part of the Flint Creek project, that's pretty padded. So that sort of helps out with it.
But yeah, I can get with you, Sarah, then we can look to see what those usually cost to see if that's.
Okay.
Cause there's that real bit of work, they're gonna be $3,000-4,000, probably just contract work, gates and all that, too, so we got this. The gates and well and stuff and fixing and putting in. And just stuff like that, it'll add up.
Okay. All right.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
That's what I know.
Good job, everybody.
You didn't say all of them.
All in favor?
I'm not saying.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.